If you paid a little fee to the people. No, that's a good business.
Okay. Ms. Posley, are we ready to begin? All right. Thank y'all. Good evening and welcome to the Leon Valley City Council regular meeting. Today is Tuesday, May the 2nd. Can you believe it? Spring and now it's May. I can't believe it. This year's going by too fast. Anyway, we do have a quorum. All council members are present. And, you know, Mr. Stevens, I was going to ask you if you would please lead us in the pledge. If you please stand. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And we did start our meeting right at 6:30, which is the correct time. Let's see. The next agenda item is citizens to be heard. Is there any citizen in the chambers that would like to address the council? Please come forward and state your name and just generally where you reside, and we'd love to hear what you have to say. Thank you, and good evening.
Alex
Welcome.
Jemisek, 6423 Pacer Trail. And I am just coming to talk about the Proposition A for Leon Valley. It is whether the City of Leon Valley Crime Control and Prevention District should be continued for 5 years, and the Crime Control and Prevention District sales tax should be continued for 5 years. And the only reason why I bring it up is because when I was doing my homework, there's no information on this district in the Leon Valley website. So my question is what programs are we funding with this money? Where's the money going? And in the, you know, losing my train of thought, transparency, right? I think that's one of your pillars of on your candidacy is about transparency. And so I would just like to know, and not now, but, you know, in the future at some point in time, if Leon Valley could, you know, just show where this money's going, you know, what programs we're funding, you know, how many programs are being funded by this money, and, you know, are these programs even working, you know, so those things, that's, then it just makes it easier to vote yes for something like that.
Okay, very good.
That's all I had to say.
All right. Dr. Caldera, did you want to go ahead and address that real quick? Thank you.
So we fund 2 officers out of the crime control. So you fund 2 officers out of the Crime Control Prevention District tax. You don't gain a whole lot of sales tax in regards to that particular district, or not, it's not a district, in regards to that particular tax. There's not really programs funded out of there per se, but you're paying for police officers out of those funds.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yes, sir. If you'll please state your name and where you reside. Thank you.
Randy Gonzalez, 7346 Withers Lane. Mayor, City Council, thank you for indulging me. Again, mention I'm a 32-year resident of Leon Valley. I'm here speaking in support of the renewal of the lease agreement between the City and Leon Valley and Cha-Cha's New Generation Cafe at 6417 Evers Road. I'm a regular customer of their restaurant, and I can attest as to the quality of the food, the cleanliness of the premises, and the great customer service by the owners. I do want to point out that this is a mom and pop restaurant that is owned by local residents of Leon Valley. And I think it's important for the City of Leon Valley to support both mom and pop establishments and the citizens of Leon Valley. Now, I totally oppose if the entry of let's say a chain restaurant or people that are non-residents coming in here. And I do know from experience that it takes several years, excuse me, for a new restaurant to become profitable. I do understand it took them a while to get their liquor license, and that hurt. And of course, the pandemic hurt. But I can now see from the traffic that Cha-Cha's is well on its way to becoming an established restaurant. Just give it some time. So again, please vote to renew the lease agreement between the City of Leon Valley and Cha-Cha's New Generation Cafe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez.
Mayor, I'd
Yes.
like to note that citizens to be heard are for items not on the council agenda this evening.
Not on the council agenda? Okay. I didn't know if he had to leave early and he wanted to express himself, so I'm pretty flexible there. So, yes. Yes, you will. You will be able to speak during the item. Yes. Mr. Bowl?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Evan Bowl. General comments. It's been quite a while, but I've been quite busy. So approximately 1 year ago, the Fed began raising interest rates as a measure to combat inflation. At about the same time, a fully vetted and polished report of what the citizens wanted to do with the proposed bond issue was given to the City Council to simply say the following: we thank the citizens for their input and understand their willingness to invest into their community. A bond measure will be drafted and added to the soonest available election ballot. Instead, we received all kinds of excuses rooted in cowardly fear to do what was called of you to do. More importantly, Councilman Stevens, Bradshaw, and Hefner all touted this obstacle of the interest rates being too high, that they were on the downtrend, and in a year or so we could revisit this discussion. A costly mistake that you were told of by those of us citizens who knew better. From the time of the discussion to now, we have seen interest rates rise to be driven higher to approximately 5 to 5.25%, where it had only been at less than 1.75% at the time of this discussion. You were warned, and now we know that it will take us another 2 to 5 years to see those rates come back down. We are not yet done going higher. This council touted misinformation, as is its custom, to the detriment of this community. I would say, when will the citizens put a stop to this taxpayers' dollars being wasted truly, and the more fortuitous opportunities slip from our fingers because of this council's inability to reason, morally bankrupt priorities and proclivities towards wasting our time and money, making what needs to be done more expensive, be over. But I understand that the denial is a process to overcome. Secondly, in terms of that kind of mindset, this council was handed a fully polished plan to draft a sign ordinance almost a year and a half ago, or about a year ago. It was then given and thrown out the door in hopes that Councilman Orozco and Bradshaw would come up with something, quote unquote, better than what we, the citizens, had done our research for many months to do. You've had much longer than that to come up with something, and as of the April meeting that I watched, both have failed in that regard. What does that say about our city council leadership if they cannot take an already polished foundation and build on that? So, I hope many are realizing this. We may have to bite the bullet, but we're still willing to invest in the future of our community, and we need to see to the bond to the next election. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to address the council? Please come forward. Okay. Seeing no one, then we will go to presentations. 3.1, presentation of a proclamation declaring April 30th to May 6th, 2023 as Municipal Clerks Week. And I'd ask our City Secretary, Sandra Posley, to please come forward. Congratulations also to Sandra. Well, I was going to shake your hand. There you go. Good. We're good. Okay. This is a proclamation for the third. I'm going to put my glasses on because this is a little smaller than usual. Okay. All right. Proclamation. It's the 54th annual Professional Municipal Clerks Week, April 30th to May 6, 2023. Whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk, a time-honored and vital part of local government, exists throughout the world, and whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk is the oldest among public servants, and whereas the office of the professional municipal clerk provides the professional link between the citizens, the local governing bodies, and agencies of government at other levels, and whereas professional municipal clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all. Whereas the professional municipal clerk serves as the information center on functions of local government and community, whereas professional municipal clerks continually strive to improve the administration of the affairs of the office of the professional municipal clerk through participation in education programs, seminars, workshops, and annual meetings of their state, provincial, county, and international professional organizations. Whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments of the office of the professional municipal clerk. Now, therefore, I, Chris Riley, Mayor of the City of Leon Valley, do recognize the week of April 30th through May 6, 2023, as Professional Municipal Clerks Week, and further extend appreciation to our professional municipal clerk, City Secretary Sandra Pasale, and to all professional municipal clerks for their vital services they perform and their exemplary dedication to the communities they represent. Signed by my hand this second day of May 2023. Let's congratulate our City Secretary.
Thank you. Oh, now, come on. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, now she wants to take your picture. Come on, Sandra. She also got an award, but that's coming up later. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Agenda item 3.2, presentation, discussion, and possible action to authorize the city manager to enter into negotiations with the selected towing company and to bring back an agreement to City Council to provide towing and impound services for Leon Valley. And we have Dr. Caldera here this evening to present. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. And so Chief Gonzalez is here this evening, as well as it looks like Bannis Towing Company as well. They're here. So any questions that you have this evening? I don't know if any other towing companies showed up today or not. And this clicker isn't going to work. Okay, I'm going to do it from here. So just a little bit of background. You had a committee of 5 individuals. You had the assistant police chief, the lieutenant, the assistant chief, the deputy fire marshal, and the city secretary. The RFPs were ranked. They were ranked 25% for towing services. When we looked at towing services, these are the items that they looked in order to come up with their calculation for towing services. I'm not going to read all of them, but as you can see there, it was quite extensive to look at the towing services that were provided. They looked at vehicle storage and facility services. They also ranked that at 25%, and they looked at these various options to look at physical description, the storage of the facility and location, how secure the facility was, the hours of the attendant, and method of resolving disputes. They gave 10% for looking at reporting the services, their inventory, record-keeping process, when a report will be submitted to the city, the availability of the police and city personnel. They took a look at fee collection, which was 5% of the proposal, and alternative means for citizens to pay, procedures for collecting impound fees, adherence to remitting all taxes, and remitting collected administrative fees. They looked at security services, which was 10%. That involved all the security measures. The committee looked at work history, which is the work experience of how long the company was in service, as well as how long the drivers were in service. And then they reviewed the fee schedule, which was 10%. I went through the RFPs based on the last conversation we had, and there were a lot of miscellaneous questions. Both the companies, it seemed to be between Bannis and Ridgeway. Both the companies offer very similar service, but there were some questions on the point system and why there was 1 point difference between work history. And as you can see, Bannis Towing has been around for 41 years, as where Ridgeway had been around for 11 years. The response time was the same at 30 minutes. I think it finally died. Let me see here. 30 minutes was the response time. They took a look at the equipment. They all had very similar, the equipment. The heavy duty equipment that Bannis had was newer than what Ridgeway had, but they all have very similar equipment. Now, Ridgeway does offer some inside storage where Bannis does not. The storage for Bannis is 24/7. We have access, or the occupants have access if Bannis is the one that did the towing. And then Ridgeway had 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. And then city vehicles towed, there was no charge. Now we took a look at cost.
Right.
So this is where it got complicated and it was a little confusing. If Bannis tows to our city lot, they charge us $95. If Ridgeway tows, they tow to our lot for $45. If they're towing to their location, Ridgeway charges the same at $145. Bannis is charging $285 if they go to their facility. And then they charge $3 per mile outside of the city, $20 storage, $20 impound fee, and 0 other fees. If you take a look at Ridgeway really isn't $145 because they charge an automatic $55 for other service fee per service call. So it jumps it up to $200. And then they charge $4 to $7 per mile, $21.03 for storage fees, $21.03 for impound fees. Bannis, because they're also our inside towing company, they pay an extra $15 for every tow they have, not just with the city of Leon Valley, but every one of their tows. So we average about $3,500 per year with Bannis Towing because they're the inside city of Leon Valley limits. They enacted that provision in the Texas Occupation Code, so they cut us a check for $15 per tow for every tow that they have. And it's about, like I said, about $3,500. So y'all wanted some towing stats, and so I put in last year's towing stats versus this year's towing stats. We send about 50% of the cars to Bannis, which means that's when the 285 would kick in versus our impound lot, and that's for various reasons. That could be we're out of room, it could be after hours and our people aren't here. There's various reasons why we get towed to Bannis Towing, but if you look at the bottom, that's just my spreadsheet, but if you look at the bottom is the impound towing data numbers for that. And I have these posted online, and they're posted and updated every month on our website if you look at our city data page when I give you your city manager's report. So these numbers are up there and available for anybody that wants to see them. Again, these were the scores from the committee, and after my evaluation, it is city council discretion. It is a very slim margin between, in my opinion, between both of the companies as far as the services offered. And so again, Bannis still would continue to, if they tow to our facility, charge $95 for the tow. We charge our own impound fees, and they would be charging, if it gets towed to their facility, $285 versus Ridgeway. Any questions that I can't answer for y'all this
All
evening?
right, thank you. We'll open it up.
Or chief that I wasn't very clear on.
All right, very good. So towing to the City of Leon Valley, 95 versus 145 on
Correct.
Ridgeway? Okay, because I thought we had the 285. We didn't have the 95 last time, right? It was,
That was
we
where
were
the confusion
confused
was.
with 295.
Correct.
Yeah.
He was giving the base tow to their location, which so was Ridgeway. But the question wasn't asked by Ridgeway if they would lower the price if they would tow to our vehicle. I called Ridgeway and talked to the guy that submitted the bid. He said 145 either way, whether it's to our facility or their facility.
All right, very good. Okay, very good. Any questions from the council first before I see Mr. Bannis has his hand up, so I'd like to hear from you. All right. Good evening. Excuse me. Come to the. Yes, and it's Jason. That's right. Good evening.
The one thing that we do too is if the city's lot is full, when it comes to our facility, we pay the city y'all's full impound fees. We don't keep anything from it. We want the city to get all their fees that they're supposed to collect. We just do that as a comprehension to help the city if their lot is full.
Okay.
So, I mean, there's give and take, and, you know, when you work with the city, you try to do everything you can to help them in every way you can.
Very good. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Yes, Ms. Ryan. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members and city staff. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I'm Rose Ryan. I work with the Northwest San Antonio Chamber of Commerce, and we're located at 6233 Evers Road here in Leon Valley. And we're here to support Bannis Towing. They are an excellent business in Leon Valley. Not only are they located here, but I think that their experience is much more than the other consideration that you're looking at this evening. And the other reason is because they have extended hours, 24/7. What's not to like? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kit. Appreciate it. Yes. Mr. Campos, good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. This presentation is very comprehensive. This is what we were needing the last time. I think there's a decision, in my opinion, as a citizen, I support Banis as the selected vendor. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Yarnell. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As a citizen of Leon Valley for more than a couple of years, I support Banis. They've always taken good care of us. They have a good equipment. They've supported the city in other functions, the Historical Society and other things, and I think they're a very good citizen, and I would appreciate it if you'd vote for them.
Okay, thank you. And just an aside, we did get a Citizens to be Heard email through Sandra Pasale, and former council member Kathy Nelson also expressed her support for Banis. I will add that to the record. All right, anyone else? Okay, yes, Councilor Hefner.
So I just want to make sure I understand some of the numbers. Appreciate the additional information, Dr. Cordera, and specifically the statistics around the towing stats over the last couple of years. So just want to make sure that we're looking at the same assumptions when I do my math. Roughly 3,500 tows per year. Is that accurate?
No, total amount or total tows for last year we towed to Banis 229 vehicles.
229 vehicles, is that what I heard?
Correct.
Okay.
Now we impounded 518 total. So if you look at that top line, I'm sorry, if you go to the impound, you see my arrow on the screen? Look at your screen, and it says vehicles impounded. There's the total 518. 100, and then we break it down. 180 were for traffic reasons, 64 for arrest, 5 were for violations of certificate of or violation of ordinance, 35 were for other, and then 5 tows were for towed for evidence, and then 229 of them went to Banis.
Okay, so my misunderstanding here. So what we're looking at on this chart is like that, those patrol unit moving violations, non-moving violations, warnings. That's not towing.
No, that's not towing. That's why I
so
said the
only
second
stuff
half.
under impound lot is what we're looking at for towing?
Correct. When I imported it, I thought I cropped these, and I obviously did not.
And so of those 518, you said
229. went to
229?
that given year, yes.
Okay, I got that. Thank you for that clarification. Mr. Hefner, are you finished with your? Okay, very good. Mr. Martinez has his hand up next, and then Mr. Stevens. Yes, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's see. Okay, my comments are, Banis has a 50-ton truck, and it has that lift on it that they can pick up a car that's right next to them. If it's in the ditch or something like that, they can pick it up instead of closing the road down, and make it very, very easy and fast to clear an accident. Now, I understand for towing, correct me if I'm wrong, Jason or Mr. Banis, they charge $295 for a tow, but they keep $95 and they give $200 back to the city for a tow. So that's an extra $200 the city's getting for every tow that they do. And then they also give $20 for every car going to the Banis lot. Is that correct?
15.
15? Okay, I thought it was 20.
It's actually for this contract.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so it's $20. And then also, they in the past, I know they've given the absorbent to the fire department. You know, if there's an accident, a major accident, the fire department's the first responders before the tow truck comes, and so they've given the emollient so they can throw down that stuff to start absorbing, gas and oil and stuff that attack the road. Let's see. And I know one of the things that they do is they help our fire department. The fire department gives training at Bannis's lot. Bannis will go down on W.W. White, I think you said, and pick up a junked car and bring it over to their lot and let the fire department use all their toys and play with the car, disassemble it, practice whatever they have to do to, to help, remove people from an accident. And then after the fire department, one of the things it does is it's done here, so the fire department can do it on work time instead of coming in on overtime. So that saves the city money. And then after they finish disassembling and tearing apart the car, Bannis packs it all up in their wrecker and takes it back at no charge to the city. Let's see. And of course, both companies say they will tow city vehicles at no charge. But one of the things that my last comment, where's Ridgeway? If this is so important, why aren't they representing themselves? And Bannis is. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Stevens, you're next.
So I want to preface my comments by saying, unlike Councilor Martinez, I'm sorry, I'm not going to sound like a salesman for your company with a lot of talking points, but I really appreciate this information. I think this gives us a lot more than we had previously, and now I think it's more understandable why there was the point difference was so close despite the cost, because last time we only saw two numbers as far as cost versus now we have a lot of different variables that kind of play into that. My sole question actually on this is regarding the storage. So Bannis says 24/7, Ridgeway says 6 to 6. I'm curious just on the record, like does that mean that a person that gets their vehicle towed there has access to it 24 hours? Okay, so there's always a man there.
Excuse me. I need for you to come to the podium if you're going to speak. Thank you, because we are recording this meeting. Thank you so much, Mr. Bannis. Appreciate you answering the question.
Under TDLR rules, if you have a storage lot, you have to release cars 24/7.
Okay.
So that's something that if a person doesn't have to wait all night, they show up at our place at 4 o'clock in the morning, want their car, we release it.
Okay, cool. And just for clarification, do y'all charge a daily fee or is there no daily fee?
The state requires us to charge $20 a day.
Okay. Okay, very good. That is all my
And
questions.
an impound fee of 20.
Impound fees are on
Right there.
and those are per day, per vehicle.
Oh, I see. Okay, fully understand. Okay, thank you. The 24-hour thing that's definitely a pro for Bannis. I mean, that's a big deal, especially for people that work nights and stuff like that. So.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Mr. Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mayor. So I had the same kind of question that Councilor Stevens had about the storage fee. If you look it up there, it's $20 per day for Bannis, $21.08 for Ridgeway. But then at the bottom, that's what's confusing to me. It says $21.03 per day, Leon Valley vehicles on hold. Is that if ours is overflowing and they take them in, they charge us a storage fee? Is that what that means?
So the chief can describe Leon Valley on hold.
Okay.
I think that's the vehicles we take.
On hold as evidence, on hold, continuing investigation, that type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So why does it say Bannis is 0? They're not charging us a storage fee?
They would not.
If it's on hold?
Okay.
Okay. So I just did the quick math because it's not totaled up here. It's all broken down because if you look at it just on the base, it's like, oh, Ridgeway has a bunch of other fees. But with the $55 other fees per service call, it comes out to $245. If I took like an average like $6 per mile, because Leon Valley is only 4 square miles. The most they're going to go is 4 miles.
Per mile from here to their facility.
Yeah, but it's going to be 4 miles.
I don't know what it is to their.
Because they're on the edge of our town, so the most it could be is 4 miles.
Yeah.
But, and I don't know why is it 4 to 7, but either way, maybe depending on the size of the vehicle or something. So, even though it says $285, no other fees, when you take into account Ridgeway, if you total it up, it's still significantly cheaper for towing. Just take that into account.
Okay. Yes, sir. Excuse me just a second. Mr. Roscoe, did you have a comment
Thank
first?
you. I'm not going to be redundant. They asked a lot of the questions that I was going to ask. But going through the agenda package, it said that our contract expired at the end of May. Is Banner still picking up even though the contract has expired?
Yes, there's a renewal. Like, I could have never brought this to y'all, to be perfectly honest. The contract gave me the ability, the way it was written by the previous city manager, just to continue automatic renewal. So I could have automatically renewed for 7 years without bringing it back to y'all. I just don't function that way, and so I thought it was appropriate for us to go out for RFP to see what else is out there. I'm not big on just keeping contracts just to keep them, and so I wanted to be competitive, go out for competitive bid, and for y'all to make the decision on who y'all want to continue to have.
Okay, you're welcome. Yes, Counselor Hefner.
Yeah, so to Mr. Bradshaw's point, I also did back of the napkin math, and the reason why I asked my initial question on total number of tows was because we're operating on assumptions. If the total number of tows is about 518, 50% of those last year Bannis took to their facility, 50% of those they took to our facility, then you can easily do the math on when does the $95 apply versus when does the $285 apply. And so if you aggregate that, essentially about 229 tows. Actually, this was the 2022 numbers as I look at the chart. Is that right, Dr. Caldera, on packet page 41?
And it's fiscal year, so that's how I do the reports, because that we do everything for fiscal year.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so the top half of this was 22 numbers, and the bottom half is 23 numbers. The numbers actually went down quite a bit in 23. We only towed 334 vehicles. If I can read, I'm looking at the blurry version that I downloaded, but I think that's right, 334 vehicles impounded in 23. But if you look at the 2022 numbers, at 518, 229 of those were towed to Bannis's facility at a charge of $285. That's $65,000 roughly. Plus 289 tows to a Leon Valley facility at $95. That's about a total of $27,000, or a grand total of about $92,000 for the annual towing costs in 2022 fiscal year. Similarly, if you take the same approach and you just say, this other competitor or Ridgeway, they've offered $145. And that's across the board for all of the tows, whether it's our facility or their facility. So if you multiply that times 518, which is the total number of tows, that's $75,000. So really what we're talking about is the difference between $92,000 a year and $75,000 a year. That math would have made this an easy conversation. As you get into 2023 numbers, the total number of tows went down by 40%, 334 versus 518 in 2022. So, the disparity is even smaller. So from that perspective, the grand scheme, yes, Dr. Caldera.
I want to clarify something. So on that $95 a tow that comes here, the recipient isn't paying $95 because they have to pay our impound fees, which have $200, all of those fees.
So we're recouping those costs that we're incurring to Bannis.
Correct. On the Ridgeway, if they tow to our facility, they're going to pay the $145 plus our $200.
When we look at our financials and our budget for impound lot, is the impound lot net, like the revenue generated by the impound lot, is that net of towing services?
Yes.
Okay. So we still generate net positive profit from the impound lot.
Yes, we
when
generate
we're
enough
towing
to
cars.
cover this. We try to make it a wash almost to cover the staff person and the stuff that goes along with the impound. Yes, correct.
Okay. Anyone else? Yes, Councilor Martinez.
Okay, just what Councilor Hefner just said, if I understand this correct, Bannis charges $95 for a tow and Ridgeway $145, but both companies are going to charge really $295 for Bannis and to the customer, and really $345 to the customer. And Ridgeway and Bannis will both give the city $200. So
What?
Bannis, is that correct?
I don't know what you just said. I'm sorry.
Wait,
So,
Okay.
Chief is shaking his head. Chief, go ahead, please.
No, sir. When the car comes to our impound lot, we charge $295. We give Bannis their $95. The city keeps $200.
Right.
If Ridgeway tows to our lot, they're going to want $145. So we'll be charging $345.
That's what I just said.
Okay, but it's not to their lot. It's only to our lot. Is where we get the $200.
Right. Only
Okay,
to the
and-
Leon Valley impound lot.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, and if it goes to their lot,
They will charge $145.
and does the city get anything?
No.
Okay, does Bannis get anything or give the city anything for towing to their lot?
Every car that they tow, every car, we get $15. They get their fees. We don't get into their fees at their lot.
Okay.
Okay, I thought Bannis, everything they towed got paid the city $200.
No, sir.
Just to the impound lot. Is what I heard you say.
Right.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Mr. Stevens.
Yeah, so I don't want to belabor this because we have a really long agenda. So I'm going to make a motion that we authorize the city manager to enter into negotiations with Bannis Towing and bring back an agreement for us to approve.
Second.
All right. We have a motion by Councilor Stevens and a second by Councilor Orozco to authorize the city manager to enter into a contract with Bannis Towing and bring back the agreement to City Council for approval for towing and impound services. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you all very much. Really appreciate that. Okay, moving then to announcements by the mayor and city council. I just have a few announcements this evening. I've just been following the early vote, and as of yesterday, May 1st, we've had 566 early votes. And we do have one more day today with Election Day on Saturday, May the 6th. I wanted to thank all of the city council members, the Earthwise Living Committee, the city manager, the staff for their help with the picnic. It was a beautiful day on April 22nd, and I thought we had a pretty good, fair turnout for the first time. And so anyway, I just want to thank everyone for attending. I was sharing with Dr. Caldera, I had an Alamo Area Metropolitan Planning Organization meeting a week ago, and Tom Marks from VIA, who came the last meeting, stopped me and he said, Mayor, I just want to thank the city of Leon Valley. And I said, really? I said, for what? And he goes, for asking the question about the finances, because we learned something from that. We said, you know what, not only did we learn something about VIA for the city of Leon Valley, but now we're going to take that to all of our member cities. And it's going to be just a regular, ongoing update every year to present all of the member cities the financials. So thank you all very much for bringing it up. And I thought that was an excellent comment from Tom Marks at VIA. So. And I guess you'll give an update on the red light camera bill at your turn, right? Okay. All right. That's it. Mr. Martinez, would you like to continue and we'll go around the dais?
Other than thank you all for attending tonight, and if you haven't, please go out and vote.
Okay. Mr. Stevens?
Yeah, thank you, everybody. It's a packed house for those that are watching online for attending and being involved in government. Go out and vote. I am very happy to hear about the VIA. I think that is like an excellent idea. Anybody that's raking in millions of dollars of taxpayer money should at least annually give a presentation to the taxpayers to show them how that money is being spent. But I just have one other comment, and it's more of a request. But I'd like to move agenda item 7.9 up after the city manager's report, just because it's going to the proposition will create a benefit for almost 90% of the citizens in our community. And also it's kind of complicated, so I don't want people to be completely mentally exhausted by the time that we get there.
All right. And do I have a second?
I'll second.
All right. All right, let me go ahead and take, we have a motion by Counselor Stevens and a second by Counselor Bradshaw to move agenda item 7.9 after the announcements and the city manager's report. Any further discussion? Yes, Mr. Martinez.
I think there are several people here that want to talk about cha-chas, so I wouldn't mind it being after cha-chas.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to recognize.
Well, there's a motion
Yes, go
on the
ahead.
floor.
We have a motion on the floor.
We can
so
still
we'll-
discuss it. We can discuss it.
I mean,
Okay.
First of all, I don't want
And
to
we've
waste a
got-
lot of time debating this right now, but
No.
I understand there's a lot of people here for cha-chas, but I think they're going to be just as interested that there's a potential they could be saving anywhere from $200 to $300 with their property tax revenue based on the proposition. And so I have a feeling they'll find that interesting as well.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
All right, the motion carries 4 ayes and 1 nay. All right, so we'll take up the exemption issue after the announcements with the mayor and council. All right, so Mr. Hefner, you're next.
Yep, no update from Austin. Still have some committee hearings that need to move through, hopefully next week. On the early voting topic, today is the last day of early voting. They close at 8, so if you haven't voted yet, you can still get out there. I went a little before the meeting, and lines are short, moving through really snappy, so.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Councilor
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have much. Thank you, everybody, for showing up. Just want to, my emails got hacked and having a hard time with the phones and everything. But I want to thank the citizens for finding a way to reaching out to me about the VIA and cha-chas. That didn't stop y'all at all, and thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Bradshaw.
It's already been said, but if you haven't voted, please go and vote. It's important. And also, I was able to attend the Fiesta Flambeau Parade last, what was that, Saturday night?
Saturday night.
And wore my Leon Valley medal. If anybody wants a medal, you can see me. And if you missed the parade, I saved it on my Leon Valley Council Facebook page. I live streamed most of it, but then my battery died. So
Where were you on the route? I'm just
I
curious.
was near the beginning because people were commenting and they're like, we're trying to find out where I was, and they're like, oh, you're ahead of KSAT. Like they could watch it there before. So, and I was like right there at the front. So it was good.
Yeah, they came in front of our office. They started late. It was supposed to start at 7:15. It didn't start till 10 minutes till 8. By the time it got to and we're at Madison Square Park. And it didn't get over with till midnight.
Yeah,
it was a long parade. I couldn't believe it. So, but it was a lot of fun. So, all righty. Oh, the Longhorn Band was great.
Did all of them.
Yep. All righty. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, Dr. Caldera, your report, please.
Sure. I sent y'all city manager's report yesterday, and it's also posted online. I did want to make note that the Leon Valley pools do open Saturday, May 27th, and they will remain open until September 4th. However, just keep in mind that the hours don't really start for during the week until Northside gets out, which is after June the 2nd. So you all are open, and then you'll have a couple of days where the pools are closed, and then they reopen when Northside Independent School District closes for the summer, and that's June 2nd. The day pass is $5. We don't know about water aerobics just yet. And the season passes stayed the same, $40 for adults, $30 for a child. And there is an affordability rate pass if you fall under that category. Just see the girls at the front. That way we just.
Dr. Caldera, the pool won't be open on weekends in September like it has been in the past?
We don't have that laid out just yet, but we can certainly get back with San Antonio Pool Management.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You know, it's still 90 degrees in September. All right. Thank you for checking into that. I appreciate it. Okay. Do y'all want to approve the consent agenda while we're here? And okay, let's do that. Any council member like to pull an agenda item 6.1 to 6.5 for discussion? If not, may I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to adopt the consent agenda as written.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Hefner and a second by Councilor Stevens to approve the consent agenda items 6.1 through 6.5 as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Then, as per the vote of the council, we move to 7.9, presentation and discussion on an ordinance of the City of Leon Valley, Texas City Council approving an increase beginning January 1st, 2023 in I didn't. Number 1, the general resident homestead exemption in the city for an individual in an amount equal to 20% of the appraised value of the resident homestead or the statutory mandated minimum of $5,000. Number 2, homestead property tax exemption for persons 65 years or older from $30,000 to $50,000. And 3, homestead property tax exemption for disabled persons from $30,000 to $50,000. And B, amendments to Chapter 11 of the City of Leon Valley Code of Ordinances to add such exemptions, and this is the first read by the city charter. There will not be a vote tonight. So, who will be presenting this? Mr. Stevens?
Yeah, so
this was presented, this was asked for you and Mr. Hefner.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm going to try to just get right into it. Thank you, Councilor Hefner, for co-sponsoring this with me. But this is very complex. I just think it's very important because it affects so many citizens that we not have it at the very end, or has the potential to affect so many citizens. So the premise of this proposal is how we can implement a historic tax exemption in the city of Leon Valley for all of our residents that have homesteads, and many that are already locked in, 65 plus and disabled persons, and how we can do that and also have record revenues in terms of our property tax revenue. And that just simply has to do with the fact that our appraisal values have gone up like crazy over the past years, and so we're able to do that. I just added this to the presentation, just 2 or 3 slides, because the mayor sent out an interesting article earlier, more of an opinion piece regarding Austin and the legislatures and how it's pretty much just bashing the Texas legislature on any of their propositions regarding trying to give property tax relief to residents. And so I wanted to point out the difference between what this is versus what we're proposing today, just to kind of put that to rest. But first of all, this is for schools, solely for schools. We as a governing body, we don't have the ability to affect the school tax rate. That's definitely the highest part on all of our tax bills. That's something that, the NISD school board has purview over, but we don't. The other thing is I want to point out this paragraph at the very end, because the opinion writer on this pretty much, here's a quote: "A higher homestead exemption is fairer," which is what we're planning to do today, "but its benefits are fleeting. Over time, inflation still drives up your home value, and as a council body, we don't have the ability to affect inflation, unfortunately." And then in the highlighted part, it says, "and reduces the exemption's economic value." And that's the one downside to the proposition that I believe is by one of the two, Patrick or the Fallon, the Speaker of the House. And so if lawmakers don't raise the exemption routinely, homeowners will be back where they started, worried that their laws are rising faster than income. Can you go to the next slide? So what they're saying essentially, and what they're doing in Austin, is a home value that's currently valued at $200,000, just as an example. If they pass, what they're trying to do is increase the tax exemption to $70,000, then they're going to be taxed 65% of that value, because it'll be a $7,000 write-out. That'll be their exemption, and so they'll be taxed on $130,000. Well, in 5 years later, say their property increases in value over twice, which is kind of what it's done over the past 5 years. What the author is saying, which is completely true, is that because the exemption is still $70,000, it's much less impactful because the property value went up so much. But if you go to the next slide. But what our proposition is that it's going to be a percentage-based exemption. And so instead of having a dollar amount, it's going to be solely, in this, for the main part of this presentation, is a 20% homestead exemption. And so if you have a $200,000 house, currently you have a $5,000 exemption. If this proposition goes through, it'll be 20% or $5,000, whichever is more, which is going to be 20%. And so you'd be taxed on $160,000. Say that same house increases to $500,000 in 5 years, you're going to be taxed still on 80% of the value, because the percentage will go up. And so this proposition is not in Austin right now. This isn't what they're discussing. We're doing this with a completely different law that has been in effect for decades, that gives us the ability to implement exemptions to 20%. So taking into consideration this rapid increase in property valuations, the key question of this presentation is if we increase the homestead exemption to 20% and increase the exemption for homeowners that are 65 years of age and older and disabled persons from $30,000 to $50,000, and we leave the tax rate the same that it was last year, what will be the net impact on our budget? And so specifically, not our whole budget, but we're just going to be looking at the ad valorem revenue, which is all of our property tax revenue. So this year, or the current year that we're in, we're budgeted, and this is budgeted, not actual, but budgeted 5.47 million in ad valorem, if you go on. And so the reason I put this one calculation in there is so that I'm going to try to not say this too complicated, but essentially the assessor, when we created that rate, they give us a certified value at that time of what the value of all of our property in Leon Valley is worth that we're going to get tax revenue from. And last year, when they gave us a certified value, it was 1.1 billion. And that's if you added up all the commercial properties, all the commercial equipment, all of the residential houses, and what in that will be taxed. It was 1.1 billion. And so if you do the math to get the total taxable value, it's that 5.33 million. And so what I did this calculation to show is that the actual dollar amount, we budget more intentionally because there's a lot of variables that are left off this freeze adjusted total taxable value. This is like the most conservative estimate that you could give. It's the safest for a government. And that'll be important in a couple slides. So what I wanted to do is see if we implement this exemption, what will it do as far as our budget? So I put on the side the values, the total ad valorem revenue that we've, it's budgeted in 2022, but the other ones are actual ad valorem revenue. And then what was the difference from the year prior? And I put a dollar amount in there. That's not quite as important as the percentage, but you see we've had a pretty stable increase in the actual revenue that we're bringing in, anywhere from 2.8% to the highest in 2019 was 7.08%. Last year, even in spite of the fact that we went with a no new revenue rate, our budgeted amount actually increased our total ad valorem by 6.8%. And again, just has to do with the property values going up. The tax BCAD, the Bexar County Appraisal District, gave us a lot of numbers in calculations. These are all estimates, and that's like the disclaimer. They're all estimates, but they're probably pretty close. They're as close as we can possibly be right now to what we'll actually be making. So that's what all these assumptions are based on. The reason that we have to do this now before the budget is because there's a Texas law that mandates we pass this before June 30th. We can't wait until after June 30th. And that's how it is every year. So you always have to implement an exemption before you know exactly what your tax base is. And I just doing some research for this and some math, I learned that the reason for that is because whatever our exemptions are, that's how we calculate the no new revenue rate in the budget process. So our no new revenue rate is different depending on what the exemptions are. And the actual dollar amount is the same with exemptions or not. The no new revenue rate is the same. So if there was no change in exemptions, our total ad valorem revenue is 6.1 million, which if you go to the next slide, I just added it to the same chart. So you can see that's an increase of 12.5686%, which is the highest increase that I could find in Leon Valley's history. I don't think there's a higher percentage year-over-year increase in ad valorem. In order to get that, you would have to have crazy appraisals on the commercial side as well as the real estate, because residences are limited to 10% year-over-year in Texas. But if you go to the next slide, so what if we do add all these exemptions? So if we increase the homestead to 20% and then increase from 30,000 to 50,000 for those 65 years of age and older, and also disabled persons. And again, if you're multiple of these, so if you're 65 and older, but your house is valued at a low enough dollar amount where the homestead, or say you just got locked in and your homestead will increase, the 20% is actually going to give you more exemption, the one that's applied to your house is whichever is greater. Whichever one benefits you the most is what's applied. So it's really applicable with disabled persons, especially. There's a lot of like variables. But so if we implement all these exemptions, our revenue would still be 5.9 million, which if you go to the next slide. So you can see, so instead of being that 13 or 12 point whatever percent, now we're at 7.7241%, so this is again, implementing all of the exemptions, leaving the tax rate the same, and we still have the highest increase in revenue, at least in the past 5 years. I challenge anybody to find a greater percentage than that. You'd have to go through some historical records. But again, so it increases our budget by $422,000, which, as you can see from last year, that's actually $70,000 more increase in budget than we had last year. So I think, yeah, so using the estimated values, assuming the same tax rate as last year, if we add all of these exemptions, we will have an estimated increase in ad valorem tax revenue of $420,000 and an estimated increase in ad valorem tax revenue of 7.7%, the biggest ever ad valorem revenue increase in Leon Valley in at least the past 5 years. If you go to the next slide, the other conclusion, so if we use those estimated values, but we use the same tax rate, if we don't give any new exemptions, it'll increase our ad valorem tax revenue by $688,000, which would be an increase of over 12.5%, which would be, and I put this because obviously I have an opinion on this, but likely the greediest increase in ad valorem tax revenue in Leon Valley's history. And also, if we don't pass any exemptions, I think the citizens of the community might be wishing that we prioritize giving them relief instead of trying to run the city like a for-profit enterprise. And I think we've seen other government bodies. The Bexar County just gave a 20% exemption last year. The city of San Antonio, I believe, gave a 10%. I think we thought it was 20, but it was actually 10% last year. And so this would bring relief. It'll create stability, and it'll also, and I don't want to get too complicated, as now I'm the only business owner on our city council that actually has a Leon Valley business. And so I can say I got hundreds of dollars back this year because last year when we decreased the tax rate so much, it actually decreased the taxes from the year prior because that's how much relief we gave. So now we're leveling the playing field because these exemptions are only applicable to homesteads. So this proposal would also level the playing field. So the commercial businesses that are in the area, they'll feel the full effect of whatever their valuation was, which is completely opposite than it was last year. So essentially they'll be paying their fair share. Of course, commercial also means apartments and the sort of establishments that generally absorb the majority, a different proportion of city services, police, fire, EMS, than a lot of the residences do in Leon Valley as well. So I stand for questions or wherever we want to take it from here. This is just a first read, by the way.
All right, thank you. This is the first time I've seen this because we didn't get this in our packet. And I'm just wondering, did Vicki Wallace go over all these numbers? I'm just wondering.
No, she's not going to review the numbers, nor is Bexar County. They don't do anything other than provide you what you were already provided.
Okay,
So I will say that these numbers,
I appreciate your efforts. I mean, you put a lot into it. I'm not saying.
So Bexar County is prohibited by law from giving, I think for good reason, but they are not allowed to give us, they can give us these, what do they call the worksheets?
Preliminary.
Or they call them like test runs or something?
Yeah, they use a database in order to calculate what your options could be, but they only use your current tax rate, which we provided you. But if say your values do go up, then your tax rate is expected to go down and your no new revenue rate for next year. So I'm not going to make assumptions, and Bexar County doesn't make assumptions because they don't get they get their numbers from the tax assessor collector. And so I sent this PowerPoint to all of y'all.
This one?
A few days ago. It was updated a few days ago.
I'm sorry, I got a paper packet.
I emailed it, and then Sandra updated it on the packet online. But I did email it to all of you when he sent it to me.
Yeah, and I apologize. I only got the data on like Friday or something.
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah, or Saturday.
Yeah.
So,
Sunday, actually.
Yeah, I know I spent a lot of Sunday doing math. But yeah, Bear County, so I was curious what our like maximum tax rate can be and what, like what will our new revenue likely be a range in that sort of calculation. I had to do all that math myself, and honestly, that wasn't really included in the PowerPoint because it gets kind of too much in the weeds. But the Bear County tax assessor, they're prohibited from doing the calculation worksheets until it's certified, until the values are certified. Like they can't give us their calculations. And so the gist of it is you'll always be doing this based on preliminaries, based on estimates, because it is due June 30th. They don't have to provide theirs to us until, I believe, August 30. Oh, August 1st.
We normally get it towards the end of July. Vicki doesn't do any preliminary calculations until she has the certified. We've gone over this in the past. She doesn't make any assumptions until she gets the certified tax roll. He is correct, though. If you're going to make exemptions, you got to make assumptions. But we're not going to make the assumptions for y'all. This is completely 100% a policy decision and how y'all decide y'all want to relay your property taxes. And so we don't do any of those. Y'all adopted the tax freeze at 65 for the 65 with the same assumptions that if your tax rates stay the same, this is how much levy loss. It's the same chart we gave you back when y'all adopted that one. It's the same chart I have on Vicki's presentation. That was also provided to y'all in the packet, and y'all base y'all's decision based on that information. And Mr. Stevenson's giving y'all additional information based on his calculations, not on.
So you'll notice that when the calculations that they did give us levy loss, and those jive with these calculations. They just didn't tell us how much gain we would have as well. So like, and that's where you really have to make that's where the informed part of the decision comes in, when you see what because all that we got in from staff was a comparison of how much the value the value loss if we had exemptions and the value loss if we didn't have exemptions. It did not take into account the value gain, which could be calculated from all of the information the tax, or I guess it's the BCAD gave us, like all these worksheets. And so there's a lot more data, and honestly, I have most of it.
Okay.
So.
Well, I'm not a math person. You are, so I'm just. That's why I feel more comfortable somebody else looking at your figures. Not that I don't believe them, but I guess what I heard you say is we could give all of the exemptions at 20% for everybody, and we're still going to come up with $688,254 next year.
No. So the two numbers. So 688,000 was with no new exemptions.
No new exemptions.
The
okay.
other
all right.
slide is
422,000 with all of the exemptions.
So it's a difference of about 300,000. And where I'm saying the staff calculations jive with that. If you remember the sheet that we got last week, it was somewhere. It's within like 10,000 or so dollar amount, just because of I think probably the amount of decimal points we used, honestly.
Yeah. I don't. Did everybody get the City of Leon Valley exemption change examples, or was I the only one that got that?
I sent it every time I get any of that stuff. I sent it.
Okay.
Yeah. So that one, when I said earlier,
right.
Oh.
What?
No. So that's a savings.
That's the savings.
Okay.
Your request was how much will the homeowner save based on these exemptions, and so I provided that information to you and to all the council.
Okay. Well, the purpose of my sending the article, and again with no comment, was just because the House and the Senate have got competing property tax bills. Yes, Senate is school district. I will grant you that, but the House is not. It is school district plus appraisal caps, which affects everyone. So my point is that they're still in session, and should we wait until we see what they're going to come up with? Because it's going to impact all of our property taxes. I mean, I only get one bill a year, don't you, from the tax assessor collector? And school district is huge. So if they're going to do whatever they're going to do to reduce that, it's going to significantly reduce all of our tax bills. So, and I guess my other question is if. And I know, Mr. Stevens, you had started out at 5, 10, 15, or 20. Now we're at 20, which is fine. But I had a question for the attorney. Once we give this exemption, is it non-negotiable to take it back? You know what I'm saying? Is it permanent? Or can it be readjusted in the future based on, our we're in a recession and we need, more revenue, that kind of thing.
It would require a vote at that point. You would have to put it to the voters.
Of the voters to reduce their
That's right.
exemption. Okay, well, that's good to know because I did not know that. Okay, all right.
Can I address your 5%?
Sure,
So the
yeah.
bill so right now, resident homesteads are limited to 10% year over year. Like we can only, like I'm sure probably everybody in this room, their valuations went up way more than 10% the last 2 years, if y'all's house is anything like mine. But you only feel 10% of that year over year. The House bill is to
5%.
bring that down to 5%, to bring relief, to create more stability. Apparently, the article talked about how California had done something similar, like in the 80s or 70s. So I can tell you, like just math analytically, so when we calculate our rates, so when we calculate the voter approval rate, we're only allowed to add 3.5%, meaning the voter, like we could never increase the tax base more than 3.5%.
Unless it goes
So
to the
even
vote
if
of the
they
people.
lower it down to 5%,
Right.
we can only increase 3.5%. I'll tell you who that will hurt is it's going to hurt the school districts, and it's going to hurt the people that are always keeping the tax rate the same exact thing year over year over year, because that's they're going to have to start bringing it, like they're only going to feel net effect of 5% every year instead of, but for us, generally, we're already capped at 3.5%, so we aren't going to feel that as much, even if it was to pass. But it certainly doesn't look like it's going to pass, so.
Well, and then I had a question for Dr. Caldera last week when we met, and that is that, it's only going to impact less than 50% of our homeowners, because as you saw in the census, we have over 50% of rentals, right? But Dr. Caldera, you were saying that most people keep their exemptions even if they rent, so it would impact everyone, right?
I think based on your census data, 50% of your residential homes are rentals. However, in looking at some of the data that's always prescribed, it looks like that there's a lot more homestead exemptions than there actually are rentals. And there isn't an enforcement mechanism for me to go around saying this is an exempted property or not an exempted property.
So will
But I don't know what that
the burden
number
be
is.
more on businesses rather than homeowners? I mean,
That's what Counselor Stevens is suggesting is that if you raised your property taxes, the property taxes would be heavier on the commercial side, and the exemptions would save the property owner the amount even if you raised your property tax rate.
Yeah.
Again, it's just a different school of thought on how you view your property taxes.
okay. Well, I'm just saying, I'd like to see what the legislature does, so because it is going to impact all of us, and before we decide which percentage, that's just where I'm coming from. And we do have till the end of June or till the second meeting in June to decide this. So anyway, with that, I know Mr. Bradshaw, you've had your hand up while I've been talking, so I'll let you have the floor. There you go.
Thank you, Mayor.
You
I
bet.
did have a question on can you go, Crystal, to the one that's the estimate year-over-year change? The 7, that was the one. Good. You read my mind. So, Councilor Stevens, on this, your estimate you put together that shows a 7% tax increase, right? From 2022, our revenue was, ad valorem revenue that we brought in based on property taxes was $5.4 million. And now we're talking about going up to almost 5.9 million, right? $500,000 increase. This is with the reduced rate. But did you take into the calculation, kind of like what Mayor was alluding to, that 50% is rentals, because homestead exemptions only should apply to homeowners, the people that live in Leon Valley, and then also commercial properties and businesses. Or for the sake of calculation, did you just take in the number and multiply it across the board? Does that make sense?
So,
Yeah.
Yeah, if
you
you're
could.
able to. What assumptions
So,
did you make?
so
I
this
guess,
is kind of,
asking.
these are actually pretty good, solid numbers, but it's kind of complicated, so bear with me. So of the total amount, so we already talked about, we had 1.1 billion. It's the total value, the total appraised value is 1.7 billion. The total taxable value with a change in exemptions is 1.2 billion, a little over. Out of that, 1.2 billion, 636 million is homes, residences. I'm not dividing out the homesteads yet, but 636,000 are homes.
Right.
You got to add these numbers up together, but like 168 million is non-home site. 98 million is commercial. This is actually going to get more complicated because there's land also. Let me just tell you the amount of exemptions. That might be easier. So when we pass this exemption, currently with the $5,000 per household, and so actually this might be easy to do the math, there's 2,299 houses that claim that $5,000. And that breaks down into $11 million of decreased valuation. If we pass this, that 2299 homestead exemptions, and it's more complicated than that because you have disabled persons, you have 65 pluses that complicate,
Right, and I
but
guess
then
that's what I
it
was
changes to
getting at.
125 million. So you went from exempting 11 million with the $5,000 to it's going to increase that to 125 million.
So I guess what I was getting at is, so you really tried to, you didn't just use a broad brush and say this is the exemption that everybody's going to get. You kind of went through and broke it down and tried to exclude businesses and land and really apply the homestead to who it would apply to with the numbers that you had.
Yeah, so this is like, again, so the only way this changes is if there's new property added to the roll or if there's contests that appear or that get resolved. So,
Okay. And then-
yeah.
Okay, so the only other thing I wanted to point out is, because we didn't show this to the citizens here and those watching online, what this means is the homestead exemption, if we increase it to 20% exemption for a $250,000 house average, you would reduce your taxes, your property taxes, by an average of $219 per year tax bill. And then over 65 or disabled, right, the exemption would be $316 a year.
Yeah.
Or whatever is less. So if they adopted their 65 in 2005, they got that freeze, then it'll be whichever is less.
Yeah,
Whichever
whatever
tax
benefits them the
the
most.
Right, that's right.
Okay, thank you. Is that
Yeah,
it,
that
Mr.?
was-
Okay,
that was
yes.
my
Counselor Hefner.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, Mr. Stevens. So I think there's a couple of takeaways in terms of validating the numbers, making them complex or not. I think Mr. Stevens is operating on a number of assumptions. We also operate on assumptions from Bexar County, but as I'm doing the math, we're pretty close. So if you look at page 274 of the packet.
I need the slide title. I don't go by packet number.
Sorry.
What do you, is it our slide presentation or Councilor
Yeah.
Stevens'
So
slide?
we'll start with Mr. Stevens' slides. It's the
Second to the
historical
end.
year change.
Second to the end.
So if you start here, right, this is, yeah, that's fine. So that one is with all of the exemptions, 422. If you go up 2 slides with no exemptions, it's 688. The delta there is 266,000. If you go up to, in the packet materials that you submitted, Dr. Caldera, it was page 264 of the packet for those watching at home. This is the numbers from, thank you, from Bexar County. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, so these are the Bexar County freeze adjusted taxable values. And so if we look at these options, and really I want to hone in on row 2, row 3, and row 6, because if you take row 2 and you add it to row 3, that total is row 6. The total is about 290,000. So we're about $25,000 off in terms of total amount, in terms of Mr. Stevens' estimates versus the numbers provided by Bexar County. If you hold everything else equal, you're probably going to be somewhere in the middle there. So somewhere in between 266 and 290 is the total delta. But that's, with passing these exemptions, that's revenue not generated. By comparison, what we're also looking at is we have, in our lifetimes, in my lifetime at least, we have some of the highest increases in valuation For those that are keeping score at home, this council earlier in the year passed the lowest tax rate that's ever been passed in 40 years in Leon Valley to reduce this burden on citizens at a time of generational inflation. And so by doing that, at the time in that debate, there were some who considered, hey, we need to have a little bit extra. And what if, just in case our valuations aren't really as high as we think they are? Well, what we found in hindsight is those valuations are even higher than we thought they were. So not only do we have the lowest tax rate in our city's history, we're also generating the most revenue in our city's history. So you can infer a correlation there between tax rates and revenue generation. But I also want to illustrate the reason why you typically see these types of changes lagging behind inflation is because of those deadlines that are imposed at the state level. We have to pass this by June 30th. It doesn't give us time to know the actual numbers. And so as a result, it is common for governing bodies to be risk averse and say, well, we don't know, so we can't really make a decision, and we get into this analysis paralysis. I think Mr. Stevens' numbers being validated by Bexar County's numbers and knowing kind of what the order of magnitude is, and at the same time also knowing that we're going to be generating somewhere between 400,000 and 700,000 more in revenue than we did last year, that to me says that we're in a very comfortable place to be able to make this type of an exemption. I also think that I think stroke of genius in terms of what Mr. Stevens put together here is codifying a percentage exemption versus a dollar exemption. What we're seeing in Austin is a flat dollar exemption that doesn't go up year over year. And so I think the nice thing here is that by tagging a percentage to that homestead exemption, you have the ability to then let that index without further action. And then if citizens feel that they're being taxed too lightly and they want their exemption to go down, they can certainly vote for that at the polls. I don't know. I've not met any citizens yet that have called me and said that we're taxing them not enough. So that's.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
This is where I have, so I don't understand it. Okay, we have a loss if increase homestead to 20% change DP. Okay, the bottom line is we have a loss of $319, right?
So this is.
What
I want
is
to.
this versus
I want
your
to reframe.
It's misleading.
It's not a
increase
loss.
of 488. That's what so how did we?
So this is what Bexar County is legally able to provide us.
Okay.
And that is, we know what our freeze adjusted taxable value is. We know what our tax rate is, that 0.484739.
Right.
And so they can easily calculate what the estimated levy would be if you hold property values the same, right? What we're saying is there's been an increase and again, validated by the Bexar County
in appraisals.
in property value.
Right. Appraisals.
Valuations, yep.
Okay.
And so that freeze adjusted taxable value is just what they can provide us today, but we've seen greater increases in those taxable values, and I think everybody who gets a property tax statement can attest to this, that their valuations are much higher year over year the last 2 years and appear to be on that trend to continue. And so if we take a wait and see approach, the result is our citizens likely get taxed more than they need to be. And this, when we call it a levy loss, like that's, we're not losing money. The city's not losing money because it's not our money to begin with. It's taxpayers' money, right? We don't generate revenue. We extract revenue from citizens. And so in what we're talking about here is reducing the impact to citizens when inflation is driving their home values up, when many are on a fixed income, and you have these increases in property taxes year over year over year, and there's no restraint, no control on that, it becomes a great burden. I think anyone who gets a property tax bill would argue it's likely one of your largest bills a year. And yes, we as a city only control 1/5 of that for people in our city. Obviously, Northside is 50% of that. Remember that the next time you go vote for a bond. But I think this proposal is well thought out. It's validated independently by the Bexar County numbers, and I think Mr. Stevens is on the right track.
Okay, I just want to be sure that we're going to have enough money to meet our needs of our city. That's it.
Mayor, we've got record revenue,
So, and you're saying
more than we've ever had before.
488 thousand
Your
more.
personnel costs are going up $500,000 next year.
Yeah, so I just, that's it. Anyway.
Yeah,
And
so,
that's-
so
this
let-
is not my
so I
strong
actually
suit.
don't think that was
Okay,
the best
go ahead.
explanation for this.
Okay.
So my opinion on this slide, first I wanted to point out, this is, so my data, it was pulled, so I'm like, the county's data, I'm sure they use the same thing. Mine was pulled April 20th, and then it says April 10th, so the discrepancy in the few thousand is probably resolved protests or something. I think this slide was, this chart was made by somebody with an agenda, honestly, because the calculations, they could do either way. So all that this shows is the net loss. All that this shows is the loss that from if we don't have exemptions and if we do have exemptions. It doesn't actually show you what the total will be. And so, and this is why I was a little frustrated, because I requested that the staff actually add another column. I didn't say that per se, but add the net the cumulative change in our budget, because then you have to account for the gains in the 21% that commercial properties went up this year, average in the county, right? You have to account for the gains of the 10% of residential properties in the community. And then you account for the exemptions, because it's all combined. Ultimately, it's all combined. And so this chart was made by somebody that doesn't, I'm just going to say this, but it's somebody with an agenda that does not want us to change our tax rate at all, because they want us to keep our revenue as high as possible. And probably not a Leon Valley resident, but it's the same math. They actually had the ability to do the same exact math, because ultimately when it came to this presentation, to simplify everything, like it's just using literally these two packets from the county, and you can calculate all the numbers that were in my presentation. So.
Okay, all right. Anyone else? Mr. Martinez, and we'll open it up for anyone in the, do you have a comment, Mr. Martinez or Mr. Orozco? Go ahead, Mr. Martinez.
Can I go first?
Okay, go ahead, Mr.
I know, I still see numbers in front of
Yeah,
my eyes.
I know.
I truly understand what you're going through this, and thank you, Mr. Hefner and Stevens, for doing all this. Bexar County, San Antonio, and Texas are helping the citizens out by lowering the exempt rate. And I believe that Leon Valley should do the same for their citizens. I truly believe that we should. Now, for those that are 65 and over, Mr. Stevenson, I believe I understood what you said, but if you can just go over on the numbers that you went through to obtain that number for 65 over that are frozen or not frozen on there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wish we had, what's those, the little presenters where you can put a paper underneath?
We do. It's right there.
Oh, we do? Oh, sweet. So I have actual numbers for that, so I'll just.
Thank you. It's just, it looks good and I like it, but I want to see how you got to it.
Where's it?
Over here. It's up there.
Yeah, we call it an Elmo at our law office. That's what we do. We do it, Elmo, yeah.
You gotta stand on the X.
See the little tab? Well, you can move the podium over.
No. We're going to move the podium over, Mr. Stevens.
Podium over.
Yeah, it's not going to be on the floor. Trust
I
me.
wanted to see Josh trying to hold it up like this.
Yeah. Uh-oh, now we're going to have to zoom in it.
All right.
Zoom into it, big time.
And then, right. There you go.
There we go.
Wow, look at that. We're high tech over here.
Okay,
Yeah, I can see it.
So this is, again, which one? So, is it on? Oh, yeah. So again, you'll see that they call this test system data, because they are not allowed to give us, there's a law. So this is with no change in exemptions. You see at the very top of this paper, it says no change in exemptions. So here's all the different exemptions. A lot of them don't apply to Leon Valley. That's why you see all those zeros in the middle column. But the ones at the end do apply to Leon Valley. So let's see if I can put these side by side, actually.
Which ones,
Councilor
Josh,
Stevens.
which ones apply to Leon Valley on this?
People that can see it,
Yeah.
that are trying to look from the audience.
Yeah.
The second column says local,
Okay,
right?
With
All
all
those
the
zeros
zeros?
that say local,
Okay. And
point to it
then-
with your finger, Josh.
Okay,
There
then-
you go. That's the one that affects us, right?
Okay, then what is HSLVE?
Right, so we
Homestead?
got
Homestead. right there.
Homestead,
Leon Valley something?
LVE, I don't
Over
know.
65, over 65.
Over 65. One of
something,
these is going to
and
be
PPV.
disabled. Honestly, those are the smaller numbers, so I don't know. It only applies to, so this is the number of the properties that it applies to. So LVE is only 12 properties. PPV is 1 property. Over 65S is, and I don't know.
18.
And honestly, we don't need to get too in depth because the bulk of our citizens only have only have one or the other. So homesteads. So 2299. So that's the number of people with this exemption. And this is without any change to exemption. We lose because of that $5,000 per homestead. It adds up to 11 million. And this is, again, we don't lose this money. It's like the taxable value is decreased by this much, per se. And then you'll see the over 65, because once you're in Leon, once you turn 65, your taxes are locked in, 33 million. Yeah. And so you got to think about the over 65. So some of them, and it varies, right? If you just got locked in, then your tax rate is still going to be pretty high. And when you implement either a 20% or you change your exemption, it's going to change your value a whole lot if you just became exempt. If you're 90 years old and you were locked in when your taxes were like $400 instead of $5,000, the impact of any change will be very insignificant, if really at all, just because like that's just how it works. So this is without any exemption changes. So here, I wish it doesn't look like it's. Sorry, you got to kind of go in mirror mode here. So this is with a 20% at the top here. And so you can see that homestead went from 11 million to 125 million. But per your question, Ray, so it still increases the over 65 by about 20 million. So from my understanding, what this whole test system does is it goes through because it's not the same for everybody, and it's going to apply the best deal for anybody. So if they're like disabled, say their house was worth $1 million and they're disabled, and so they'll either get an exemption of $30,000 now, or the 20% obviously would be very like much more impactful for them. But that same disabled person, if their house is worth like $100,000, the 30% or the $30,000 would be more beneficial than the 20%. So, and that's what this calculator, like, I guess it just takes all of whatever the best deal is for citizens, and that's the numbers that you would get. So,
all right.
Can I comment?
Yes, sir. Go
The
ahead.
LVE is disabled veterans. The PPV is disabled, other disabled, and OV65S is over 65 surviving spouse.
Oh, surviving
okay.
spouse.
There we go.
Okay,
Very
the
good.
PPV was what? We only
Disabled people.
We only have one.
Yeah.
Okay, and then
And
LVE was
LV
what? I'm
is
sorry.
veterans,
Veterans.
disabled
Okay,
veterans.
great. Thank you.
Right.
Appreciate
And then all of these are like Texas categories of disabled vets.
So we only have 12 veterans. Is that 12 or 42?
So you got to remember, don't
12,
take it like
yeah.
this. So if they're seniors and they're veterans, it's very likely their senior lock is going to take precedent. Like their over 65 is going to take precedent in Leon Valley, rather than like, so if they're like 80 years old and they got locked in 15 years ago, the exemption, like being locked in, is probably more valuable to them than the $30,000 current exemption for
disabled.
Yeah, or whatever and again, disabled is so different also because there's different rankings of disabled. So,
I just have a follow-up.
Yes,
on
sir. Go ahead.
If the Texas legislators ever get moving and they do pass the exemption, how do you think that's going to affect us? I know you had mentioned it earlier, but if you can just go with it, how's them passing their exemption rules will affect ours if we do our 20%?
I could actually show you this calculation that's used for municipalities. So they only allow us to go up 3.5% over So the proposition
Without a vote.
in the House.
Without a vote. We could go above 3.5, but we have to have a vote.
Yeah, and there's legislation to make that a mandatory vote
Right,
this session,
right.
which is probably a good thing. But so we can only go up 3.5% from our, there's some more complications to the calculation because you have like unused increment rates, which that's added as well. But generally, it's going to be about 3.5% plus maybe 1% or 2% if you haven't maxed out in the last couple of years. I think our increment rate, despite last year's historic cut, so we should have a high increment rate. It was like 2 point something percent. I actually have all the math. If y'all, actually, I could show it if you want to see it. But it might, but it's going to be barely anything if it impacts.
And that's all I have, Mary. I was just saying that Leon Valley should be able to take advantage of this, just like Bexar County and San Antonio is doing for their citizens. We should do for our citizens as well. I know that if you're 60% disabled, a veteran, you don't have to pay any taxes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Martinez and then Mr. Hefner. Go ahead. Mr. Martinez hasn't said anything yet.
Okay. Right now, I'm opposed to this. Sure, everybody wants to get a property tax cut, and it's a good, to me, it's a good feel-good measure. But can the city really afford it? You know, earlier this year, I think we made a mistake by dropping our property tax rate from 0.58 to 4.8. I mean 5.3 to
5.3.
5.3 to
4.8.
4.8. And we also we relied on some bad information, and we gave the employees a 2% COLA, and also we hired a detective, and that cost $225,000. We found out later that we can't use our funds for that, so that money had to come out of the general fund. Now, here we just heard that this is going to cost about $350,000. So now we're up to about $600,000 that we have to find the money for next year's budget. Our budget this year is a bare bone budget. We don't have any luxury to do anything. So I'm just thinking of the future. And I think it was wrong to, fund the raise in the 2% with one-time money. I think that is a bad precedent to do. As any business owner knows that you don't do that kind of stuff with one-time money. I think some of the, Leon Valley is a full-service city, unlike some of the other municipalities that make up the San Antonio metro area. We have police, we have fire, we have our water system. We are a full-service city. Some of the other cities don't have that. So we have to look at the long-range plan of what this will do. I'm looking forward to, I think we've got a bid out to have companies do a proposal and let us know what our staffing should be for a city of our size. And I look forward to looking at those numbers. Do we have to hire more police officers? I know for a fact in Public Works, Public Works is kind of like this forgotten stepchild a lot of times. Until a water main breaks or a sewer breaks and, you want them there 5 minutes before it broke. But something happens in the park, they're there to clean it up. And Public Works hasn't had any increase in staff in years. We're getting, in the past few years, we've doubled the amount of parks we have. And we're doing it with the same amount of staff. Now, we're going to take over the LC-17 project. If you haven't driven down El Verde by the fire station, that is a now beautiful looking park. We have to start maintaining that. And we have to do it with the same staff that's trying to cut the grass and the weeds down on Bandera and try to make our city look appealing. I don't like seeing grass growing in between the pavers. and I don't like to see the weeds growing up on the flyway. But see, I'm just thinking that we really need to take a look at a long-range look at this plan, not just what it's going to do for today, but we need to look at the city 5 years, 10 years down the road. And once you give an exemption like this, you can't take it back. So we have to look at the long range and the ramifications of doing this. Another thing that was made statement, Dr. Woods, NISD superintendent, he spoke at the chamber luncheon last week, and I asked him a question. He made a statement about they do not have or set the tax rate. It's like $1.45 per 100. They have no say in that. And I quizzed him about it. I said, here we changed the tax rate last year. And he said, no, it stays there. We only get $8,000 for each student at NISD, and that is less if they miss so many days. The amount is deducted from that. So, I really think we need to take a hard look at this and look at the 5 and 10 year ramifications of doing this action. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bradshaw.
So Councilor Martinez talked a lot about planning for the future and, Leon Valley and, basically, if I understand correctly, you want more money in the budget so we have more, what did you say, flexibility, things to do things with. What I think I've learned is if you give government money, they will find ways to spend it, right? So we give them the money, they're going to find a way to spend it somewhere, create new things, new programs. And my feeling is the opposite. If we have an incentive for citizens, if they can move across the street and live in San Antonio and their tax rate's higher, or they can move to Leon Valley and pay less taxes, they're going to have more incentives to move to Leon Valley. And it'll bring good long-term citizens here that are going to want to live here for a long time and have those higher homestead exemptions from their taxes. And it will be a growth plan for making Leon Valley more desirable to live in long-term. And as it's more desirable, we don't have a lot of space here anyways. We don't have very many places that can be built upon and developed. But as people come in and, in my neighborhood, there's a lot of rejuvenation coming along where people are remodeling or even tearing down some houses and rebuilding houses in my neighborhood. You're going to get that where the value of the homes are actually going up because it's more desirable. So when it's more desirable, it causes real estate to go up. Well, that adds to your ad valorem, right? You're going to increase taxes that way, growth long term. So I kind of think the opposite. Instead of raising taxes or if we lower the taxes, people will come and it will cause growth. That's my feeling.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bradshaw. Did you have anything else to say, Mr. Stevenson? I'd
so
like to hear
I
from, I think we had a hand or two up in the
okay.
chamber, so I'd like to hear from the citizens and
Sure.
visitors. Thank you.
Did you want me to answer?
Oh, yeah, go
Right?
ahead. I'm sorry. We're going to finish that.
So here's your, so this is like the voter approval rate. I think when Northside says that, what they're saying is they're always approving the maximum rate and that they can't increase it more than the maximum rate. We have the same type of thing. We have voter approval rate. So, and again, this is not our debt service, which is a whole nother tax rate. This is just our operating expenses. So we can only increase that from 0.36. Like this is an estimate, but by 3.5% every year. So even if they implemented a 5% cap, it's not. It's and actually what you do is you actually add an increment rate to this. So it could be like right around that area, but I don't know if I can show you this. But like you can see, so here's our unused increment rate, and it just like really gets into the weeds. But essentially, this is probably never going to be more than like 2.5 cents when our rate is around 50 cents. So, but you add all those together, and yeah, that's that. So, kind of answer.
Okay.
But yeah, I'd like.
Can
to
I
hear from
ask you a
citizens.
question? So if this passes, of course, are we going to have to raise, are we telling the citizens we're going to keep the rate at 48? Or are we going to have to increase it? Are we going to have to increase it to cover expenses?
So the calculation was done with leaving the rate the same exact
Okay.
rate. And so that'll be
48.
like the summer discussions, how that all works out. But yeah, I also want to say, so like as far as emergencies, and this is like valuable, I don't think I really interpreted this until the weekend when I was doing some math. But so like if there's an emergency, if we have to replace a lot of sewer main or something like that, even though the voters may not like it at the time, we can issue certificate COs for emergent issues in the multiple millions of dollars, and that won't change our operating max tax rate. It's actually going to be completely separate from our operating tax rate. So meaning like the next year, though we're limited to 3.5%, that's not debt. That's only just for operating. We're limited to 3.5%.
Okay,
as far
so
as
INS is
as far
separate.
as debt. So yeah, if we took on more debt, that's a whole nother rate that is not subject to those limitations.
Oh, okay.
So
All right. Okay. Anyone else?
Citizens.
So, yes. Those of you that, yes, there we go, get the lights. So I see Mr. Campos, come on up, Mr. Bowl, and Mr. Gonzalez, come on up. And just, you have 3 minutes to express yourself. So thank you. What do you think we should do?
My name is Philip Campos. I'm from Castle Estates. I think this is, it's a very good concept. You know, whether it's 20%, whether it's 5%, hey, I think we need to really consider this. This is going to have an impact to the future of the city of Leon Valley. And I think it may be worthwhile to have some type of, hire a professional to help validate these assumptions and show the council and the citizens the various scenarios that could happen. Is it 20%? Is it 15? Is it 5? Whatever it is, because I'll tell you, as I've walked the streets here in Leon Valley, the citizens, they don't have any lower expectations of services for us here. We get more people. We need more police protection. We need streets. We need infrastructure. Our costs are just going up just to maintain our city. Very important decision. I applaud you for putting this together. But somebody needs to review it and give the council and the citizens the ability to see the different scenarios.
Okay.
So thank you.
Thank you for that suggestion. Do appreciate it. Mr. Bowl? Okay. Mr. Gonzalez, good evening and welcome back.
Thank you.
You
Brandon
bet.
Gonzalez, Withers Lane. And it may sound obvious, but I'm sure there's some people that are listening and watching that really don't understand what we're talking about. Right now, I pay Bexar County Road and Flood, San Antonio River Authority, Alamo Community College, University Health System, Bexar County, City of Leon Valley, Northside ISD. We're talking about, for all the people out there, only the City of Leon Valley. What happens here only impacts what's the City of Leon Valley. I just want to make sure that was made clear for maybe somebody who thought, oh man, my whole tax bill's going down. Okay, the second thing is, as Mr. Stevens said, it's not a loss of $300,000. So you're going to get an increase. The increase is going to be less. It's not like you're going to lose $300,000. It's instead of the increase being $600,000, and I'm just making some examples, then the increase is, let's say, $300,000. So when people say it's a loss, it really isn't a loss. It's just minimizing the gain. That's it. And the third thing is, Mayor Riley, what she's alluding to is, let's see what the legislature does, because if the voters get a really good deal with the legislature, then we don't have to. But see, that's a fallacy. That's a fallacy. So remember, that only applies to all the other taxing authorities that I mentioned. The City of Leon Valley needs to look at theirs independently of what the legislature does and what the other taxing authorities do, because we don't impact them. So there's no reason to wait to see what the legislature does. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Bowl.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Evan Bowl, Timber Hall Comments. As the mayor said, as it was just stated, this is all to determine what we in Leon Valley are going to do, what we are willing to do with how much. This council has made it a point to cut other forms of revenue for our city and make sure that we are only operating as we have for many years on a bare bones budget. And we are suffering for it. As Mr. Campos stated, we are not lowering our expectation of service because you lower our tax rate. How many of those numbers of over 65 are 65 now versus 65 then? As Councilman Stevens stated, the benefit of doing this is likely to be negligible. It was backed up with the same sentiment by Councilman Bradshaw. We cannot afford to limit ourselves with what we are needing to do. We are already going to need a bond for public works, for the various needs of the city that this council has rejected and putting on the ballot for us to vote on. So I believe it's a misdirection to state that in the future for emergencies we can issue certificates of obligation bonds. This council has already seen it doesn't have the will to do that, even for things that we do need now and into the next 10 years. We have plots of land that are going to be developed by my count 4, and we're discussing 20 more acres, and we need to be able to pay for that. So I do not believe we need to wait on the legislature to determine where the problem is, which is our school tax. Let them handle that, and we need to ensure that we are bringing in and using our own, as much of our own tax dollars as we're willing to invest to ensure that we're not continuing to lag behind as we have. So this is not the time nor the place to discuss this increase in this homestead exemption. Lowering the tax rate, as y'all chose to do at last year, was a good step, but there are other more problematic areas of where people's money is going. We don't get that. So take that into consideration.
Appreciate it. Mr. Mata, good evening and welcome.
Hello, Eric Mata Canterfield. I just wanted to say I appreciate having a council and members of this council that care enough to dig deep, do the math, and to really look out for the common man. I think since the pandemic, and I know people will disagree with me, the last 2+ years, I think there's plenty of people in this country that feel like the common man has been totally forgotten. We're just in a situation where we always feel like we're behind. We're never gaining, we're never getting ahead, and it's been, of course, amplified by the last couple of years. So I appreciate the council members on the dais that care enough to actually look at this and do what's right. I don't know if you consider it a significant gesture or not, but it means something. It's meaningful. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Yarnell, good evening and welcome.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. I have a couple of questions. Is this a one-time thing due to the legislature being in session, or can we do something in the future based on what figures we get in our next few months?
Who can answer
We're saying
that?
we're
So these
waiting.
are you're talking
Yeah,
two separate
two different things, yeah.
So what the legislature is doing is on the school side of things. What we're discussing this evening is your current property taxes from a municipal standpoint.
So that has no effect on what we're discussing?
Not really, no.
But the House is looking at the appraisal rate.
Correct.
So they
House
want
is
to keep.
looking at the appraisal
yes,
rate, so
and that
that will
affects
affect
everybody from 10% to 5%.
That will
so.
affect this question.
I think so.
Well, it'll affect your
Potential.
overall tax.
Yeah.
Which your tax rate.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So if it's going to do that, we'll know when the legislature terminates what the rates will be. Would it be available for us next year to do the same thing when we have figures that are solid?
I mean, you always have the option to look at exemptions. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
you can look at them every year.
But is there a law that says, he's
No,
talking
I
about
mean-
we have to do this by June
Well,
30?
Right.
For
this year.
For it to go into effect 2023.
So it's every year by June 30?
Correct.
Okay.
And it's, yeah,
It's-
January 1st.
Well, I'm over 65, obviously, and I've had the exemption for several years.
Mm-hmm.
But another question I have is, how is this going to affect our service budget when we try to replace equipment or hire employees or maintain our city. As I understand it, we have a bare bones budget and a lot of things were cut out. There's a whole pile of things that that were cut. So how's that going to affect when we come to budget time and the needs and the requests of the citizens to provide these services? How's this going to affect that? That's another question I have. I mean, we can't answer tonight, but that should be probably in the equation somehow.
I thought Mr. Stevens said we're actually going to get more money.
We
right?
are, but our
so
increase we have on the other side is not stopping.
Right. It might be greater than 488 or whatever the figure
that's
he
my
was.
concern
That's what you're asking. Okay.
We
Mr.
might be able to do
Stevens.
it with less than 20 and come out with a program that's better for everybody.
Okay. Yeah.
But I think those two questions ought to be
right.
reviewed.
Thank you.
Yeah. So that was it's kind of a complicated question. So in my opinion, we should have done this last year. Like last year was the prime time to do this. We missed out. We didn't really, we were in the same kind of the question of like, should we not? It's risky, whatever, and then now looking back, it's like, dang, we should have done that last year. And we would have been a lot better off actually, because our rate would have stayed a little bit higher. But the exemption would have been in effect last year. You would still benefit from it this year. I mean, there's a lot of variables, but as far as this, like we're having, like this is record revenue increases despite the exemption. I think the question for the common person that still is like suffering from these 10% year-over-year exemptions is like, for example, like my house went up over 50% in the past 5 years. Like, is Leon Valley's budget going to go up over 50% in a 5-year period? It seems a little bit unreasonable if that's the case, given that inflation's usually 7% in the last 2 years, a lot lower than that prior to. This is giving relief. It's negating those crazy increases. And again, most of the people with homestead exemptions in here, we're locked. You're going to see 10% year-over-year increases for the next 2 years, at least, probably more, because you haven't even felt the effect of your appraisal that you got this year. So I think this is like record revenue, but it's also giving an appropriate break. So that's kind of my answer. But I mean, it's different opinions differ,
right.
but I feel for the common man. And most of over 2/3 of the homes in Leon Valley are going to directly be impacted by the 20%. So.
And what about the suggestion about, and with all due respect, I mean, you put a lot of time and effort into this, and I've learned a lot, but what about the suggestion about having an independent person look at these numbers just to, I just thought that was a reasonable.
Yeah, tell me what independent person.
I don't know who that would be.
I don't know.
I mean,
I have no idea. I just thought that would be,
They're going to do it. I mean, everybody's
Okay.
already told us no.
They're gonna look
so
at the
I don't
same
know
numbers. Yeah.
who the
Okay.
independent.
I mean, their numbers they'll probably have the same education I have also. So.
Okay,
I mean,
I just thought I'd bring it up. So, okay. There's no action tonight, so if there's no other questions or comments, we'll move to the next agenda item.
So
I
is
wanna
this
make
item
sure
going to be
everybody got
placed
their-
on the next agenda? I mean, half of y'all aren't going to be here. What are we doing? There's a lot of
That's the
people.
16th, May 16th.
Oh, May 16th. So okay. I'm sorry. Y'all
Yeah.
aren't going to be at the first meeting
Yeah.
in June.
Mhm.
Okay.
Do you want to keep it on the regular agenda or move it to the consent?
I think Benny would go against it, so it won't be consent.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
That's
it would
fine.
be on
Regular
the
agenda.
Regular agenda, I think so. Yeah. Okay. All right. That sounds good then. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. So 8:25.
Me too.
All right. Then we'll move them back to the regular agenda 7.1. Discussion and possible action on the renewal of the lease agreement between the City of Leon Valley and Chacha's New Gen LLC Cafe, Margarita Banya Ruiz, for the property at 6417 Evers Road, Leon Valley, Texas 78238. And we have our City Manager, Dr. Caldera, here this evening to present. Thank you and welcome back.
Welcome. Thank you, Mayor and Council. And so I wasn't the one that added this agenda item. I was the one that put it in the system, so it has my name attached. The person that brought up this agenda item was Councilor Martinez, seconded by Ray Orozco. So it's really their additional item. It's their.
Will Bradshaw.
Oh, I'm sorry, Will Bradshaw. It's actually their item to discuss this evening. However, I do want to make a comment because there's some rumors floating around about I Love Churros wanting to go in the facility. So I just want to make something very, very clear. I made a statement saying businesses like I Love Churros could go in there as a possibility when we're looking. But my recommendation has always been that we go out for an RFP if the council decided not to renew Ms. Ruiz's lease. And that rumor started when our previous economic development director was here, and they heard that the cafe looked like they weren't doing well. And so he reached out to our former economic development director at the time, William Cox, and stated that if we were to go out, that he would be interested in the location. But I haven't talked to I Love Churros. I don't even know if they would still be interested in the location or not. We haven't had any negotiations with them. They haven't been presented with anything. So I just want to make that very, very clear. That rumor I saw some questions get asked about it, and so I just kind of want to put that to rest. My recommendation has always been that we go out for an RFP if the council so chooses not to renew the lease with Ms. Ruiz.
Okay.
And I'll turn it over to Mr. Martinez.
Okay, Mr. Martinez and Mr. Bradshaw, since this was your request. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Starting a business is hard. It's not something that you do tomorrow and instantly have a profit. It takes a lot of work. I'm still struggling. I've been in business for 19 years. I'm the only one here on City Council that has employees. Recently, basically the same thing happened to me. I was at the storage facility on Key Storage on Grissom. I was paying $1,100 a month rent. I got noticed on April 5th. My rent was going up to $1,850. I called a real estate agent I know, and unfortunately, I moved right on the outside of the city on Jackwood, and I get a rent for $1,250. I can live with that. If they would have offered me this a couple $100 bump in rent, I would have stayed there. But it's hard to be in business for yourself. Hire employees, pay the employees, pay your food costs and everything. From what I understand, Chacha's is moving in the right direction. They are moving towards profitability. They got their liquor license, and they've make some fantastic margaritas. So the business is moving in the right direction, and I think we need to give them a little bit of help and let them prove that they can do it. I would be in favor of, if we just keep the their agreement month to month till the end of the year, and let them prove that they are a profitable business. And then at that time, if we wanted to raise the rent, $1,500, $1,800, whatever, at that time, do it. But at least let them put their money where their mouth is and give them an opportunity to try. People have commented from all over the city how good the food is, and they really like it. There's been postings on Next Door Neighbor about all the community support that they have. And I understand they had a petition going. I don't know whatever happened to that, or what. I hope you present it and let people know what kind of community support this restaurant has. That's basically what I have to say about this. Further, after everybody talks, I do have a letter from a citizen that they want me to read on this topic, but I'll hold off on that.
Okay. And can you tell me who that's from, since we have...
Mine's from Tina Chasen.
Okay, all right, good. And there was one extra one that we gotten as well. Okay, thank you. Mr. Bradshaw.
So my concern with this topic, the reason I seconded it for Mr. Martinez, because there's a lot of misinformation going around on Nextdoor, social media, and being spread as well, not only about the business, about the council, about myself, and the just to nip the rumors in the bud, was that the city was canceling the lease, that they were kicking Cha-Cha's out. None of that is true. The lease has expired. And so the next agenda item is talking about going out for RFQ for the lease. And I know, Councilor Martinez, you say you want to give them another chance, and it's hard to start a business and all of that, and I understand that. But the council, our job is to be good stewards of, we just talked about the first agenda item, the citizens' taxpayer money. So why is it up to the council to decide which business to subsidize with taxpayer funds because you like the margaritas there? That doesn't make sense to me. That's irresponsible. There was another business that was here last year, year before, that I tried to frequent. I tried to help personally, not with taxpayer money, but this business that opened called Fruits for Thoughts. If you remember them over in that Seneca Plaza. Yes. They failed. They failed within a matter of months. But we didn't go subsidizing them and trying to pay their rent. You just gave an example yourself. You had to move because your rent was going up, so you had to move. So, this is the issue I have. And you talk about helping them out and letting them go. I mean, there's nothing prohibiting them from applying for the new lease if we go out for RFQ, for them submitting their bid to stay there, and I think that's the best, most equitable way to be fair to everybody.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else on the council have anything else to add? Okay, hear from the citizens. All right, yes, Mr. Campos. And I did want to say that besides Ms. Chasen, I had another Zelda Gonzalez, who favors the council to allow them to continue their business. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Campos. Good evening, and welcome back.
From Castle Estates. Thank you, for Mayor, Council, City Manager, for allowing me to speak tonight. I'm in support of continuing the restaurant at the current location, but as I read the contract, there was one renewal term that was 1 year left on this. And I believe they're going month to month, but why not exercise this renewal to the end of the year? And, every business with the aftermath of COVID has had problems. We've had situations where I believe the chef has had a personal accident that impacted their business that they're recovering from, as well as, they're a local resident here starting their business, and I think they should be given the opportunity to have the renewal period exercised for the remainder of the year.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Cordero, will you clarify that? Was it expired, or did we, please give us the facts.
Her lease was expired. Her lease has expired.
Okay.
She had an option to submit in writing, I think is what the clause says, 30 days prior to her renewal. She did not do that. We opted to do a month to month.
Okay.
I was getting ready to pull up the lease so I can pull that up for y'all to take a look at. But that was the option. That's not what was done. The council decided to go month to month. Y'all also gave her a lesser rent. So she, according to the holdover provision for the month to month, she should have been paying her $1,200 plus market rate. But the council was sympathetic to what she was currently, turning in her payments in late. Right. So y'all left it at $1,200 a month, month to month. The brokers estimated that the rent for that facility be around $2,100. And so her rent is going to go up whether y'all negotiate the lease or not to at least market value, I would assume, unless council wants to continue to offer that amount, would be at least at minimum $2,100 a month.
Okay, thanks for that clarification, because Mr. Gonzalez.
I'm not going to repeat my statement.
No, just come on up to the podium, though.
That's why he already used his time.
Oh, he already used his time? Okay, thank you. I can't keep.
That's why you wait for the agenda item to come up.
I'm going to just address council
That's up to the mayor. The mayor has the privilege to allow you.
Okay, Mr. Gonzalez, we'll give you, up to 2 minutes. Let's do it that way. No more than that.
Thank you, Mayor. I really appreciate it.
you
Again, I'm
bet.
not going to repeat what I just
Yeah.
said. I want to just address Mr. Bradshaw's comments about subsidizing a business. Okay, it's not charging a rent and getting the money and renewing the lease is not subsidizing their business. Taxpayers are not giving them money to run their business. Now, if the council sets a rental and just renews their lease, I just find a really problematic him using the term subsidy. And that's all I wanted to
Okay,
say.
thank you for that.
Point of
Yes.
information, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
So,
Go ahead, Mr. Bradshaw.
Yeah, so I will agree with you that, the rent income is not a subsidy. However, the property is owned by the city, and many of the expenses, the kitchen, the maintenance, all that stuff is paid for by the city. The city owns the business, so the city maintains a lot of the business. So that to me is a subsidy of a business by taxpayer money.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Yarnell.
I'm in favor of renewing the contract, and I think it's proper to maybe do it once a month to the end of the year. But I have a question about the subsidy. Who made the decision that the rent is $1,200?
The previous city manager, 2 city managers, not Mr.
Y'all
Morales.
didn't make that decision
No.
on this question?
Initially, no.
Not initially, I think it was 400 a month.
The previous one, it went down to
And then it went to
400 because of the
800 a month.
bridge
Yeah.
situation, right?
So it's been yeah.
May I say, Mayor?
Yes, you
It was
may.
$400 a month from the previous
Mhm.
council and city manager. Then it went up to $800 after the bridge was completed, but we had COVID. Oh, do you have it up there?
400, then it went up to
800.
and then it went up to 1,200 under the renewal term, which she didn't exercise her renewal term. It says here, the leasing shall provide to the lessor a written notice of leasing intention to renew at least 30 days prior to the expiration of this initial lease term. She did not do that, but in negotiation, or not negotiations, but council made the determination just to charge her the 1,200. Or market, they decided to charge her the 1,200. On the month to month, they could have charged her the 1,200 plus the 50% our market rate. So they were supposed to charge 1,200 plus 50%, but because they were sympathetic to her situation, they only charged her the 1,200, not the 1,200 plus the 50%. That makes sense?
So the council was the one that made the decision to do the 1,200 figure?
Correct. It's in her lease agreement that
Okay.
they can, but they charged they gave her the best deal. They could have
Right.
charged her 1,200 plus
Plus,
50%.
okay. Well, that's
And
good.
they only charged her the 1,200 to see if she would be able to
Right.
pick up. And that again was the council decision, that has not been, that did not occur. So that's why they made the determination to not renew her lease.
Has there been improvement in payment situation in the last couple, 3 months?
I think the last 2 months or 3 months, she's paid on time.
She's in current situation now?
Well, technically, her rent was due yesterday, and I don't think she's paid.
Okay, let's give her a day or two, okay.
Well, I mean,
I understand.
I mean, your rent's due on the date
Right.
that it's due.
Right.
I can't tell you. Once it's 1 day late, it's late.
Okay.
But I mean, it's up to the council on how much flexibility they want to give a leasee. This contract was written to give a lot of flexibility to a leasee. I'm not here to tell the council whether
I understand.
to rent to her, not to rent to her. I don't have any gain in who they rent to, as long as the person and whatever council has assessed that property to be, that they pay their rent. So it's my job to make sure that they pay their rent, and if there's a late fee assessed, that late fee is paid.
Be assessed, yeah.
And which she has up until today, she was current, up until yesterday, she was current on her payment.
Okay. So what is the goal here? What are we trying to accomplish? Can somebody tell me that?
Can I
Mr.
answer?
Bradshaw, yes, at this,
I mean, to me, I know all the citizens are saying, give them another chance, give them another chance, to give them till the end of the year. But I think the issue is you don't have the whole picture. You don't know
Can
all
we
the
have the whole
details.
picture?
I don't want to
It's personal
talk about
information.
Ms.
Fine.
Banya's
Okay.
business dealings. We know, that she's late now, but let's just say it's a pattern. And, I compare it to, if you ever watch the TV show Shark Tank, it's a bad investment. It's a bad deal. It's a pattern of poor performance. The financials that we were giving just show that it's not going to be profitable.
There's not been
ever.
any-
So
any
do you want it to
improvement?
fail now, or do you want it to fail at the end of the year?
There's not been any
It's-
improvement the last 2 months?
No.
Payments have not been on time? There's one late now? That's it?
Okay. Excuse me just a second, Ms. Bruce. I'm going to give you
I
a
mean,
chance to speak.
If we're going to talk about facts, we're going to talk about, 9 out of 12 months, 10 out of 12 months late payments.
Okay.
Okay, that's not, and it's not by a day or two. It's weeks and hot checks, things like that.
Okay.
Okay, so if I used to have a rental property, and if every time the rent was late, would you keep on renting to that person to, every single time?
Okay, and I think
this
the
is the
3
this is the
minutes,
concern.
3 minutes is up. Is that correct?
Okay.
Yes. So thank you. I appreciate
I think
it.
we should give her another minute.
Okay.
There's been improvement.
It's so noted. All right. Let me hear from Mr. Hefner, Councilor Hefner, and then Councilor Stevens, and then Ms. Banya.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor.
Yes, you bet.
I am empathetic. I hear the excuse me. I hear the concern for a local business, and I am empathetic. The piece that Mr. Bradshaw alluded to, that the public may not have the full picture on this because some of these discussions were had in executive session, with counsel with our attorney, reviewing of a lease agreement, these kinds of things. And so what you guys don't have visibility to necessarily is the full history of this property. The property is owned by the city. The city put something like $100,000 in terms of kitchen equipment into that property to make it a property that would be desirable for a business. A previous council and city manager gave a very, very accommodating lease of $400 a month. Still, for a number of years, that business it took a long time for them to even open. Then when the bridge situation was resolved, the rent went up to $800, which was still below market. Then when the lease renewal option was there, Ms. Ruiz had the option to renew her lease, chose not to. When about 6 months ago this issue came up before us in executive session, we had to consider that. And we, again, at that time, were empathetic, even with the history of missed payments, even with the issue with the checks. And at that time, we, again, looked at what is the market rate. And as Dr. Cardero mentioned, the market rate for that property, where it's located in our city, for the amenities that it has for another business, the market rent would be about $2,100 a month. So right now, that property is $900 a month under market. So I understand the gentleman mentioned, I think Mr. Gonzalez mentioned, where's this term subsidy coming from? It may not be the rent, but it's the foregone rent that we are subsidizing, because that property at RFQ or RFP would potentially bring in, or we estimate it would bring in $2,100 a month. So we are subsidizing $900 a month into that business. Over the last 6 months, we've subsidized $5,400 of taxpayer money in reduced rent payments that then we've received late. And this is not a slight against Ms. Ruiz or her business or the patrons who patronize it. That is a market decision. However, some of the considerations that we as a body have to make is we have a fiduciary responsibility to the assets of this city and handling them in a way that is in the best interest of the city. And so, as Mr. Bradshaw mentioned, the current tenant has not shown a history of being a profitable business, has not shown a history of regular payments of what you would expect, even with reduced payment. When we approached Ms. Ruiz during those lease negotiations about bringing the rent up to market, we were informed she could not afford it. And if we were to raise her rent, she would close. So we as stewards of city funds are in a position of either we raise her rent and she closes, or we don't renew her lease and she closes or moves to a different location, or we continue to subsidize her business. As I believe Dr. Caldera mentioned, she has the option to apply for economic development funds, has not done so. there, there are a number of, actually, I think she did for a sign, right?
Yeah.
So we further, provided those funds. So, when we talk about being, giving another chance and another chance and another chance, I know there are a number of businesses, perhaps Mr. Martinez would have wanted to move into that space for his business if the rent were so accommodating. It sounds like the current rent is cheaper than what he was paying even when he moved out of the city. So, should we subsidize Mr. Martinez? Why do we choose Mr. Reese over Ms. Martinez? And so from an equitable perspective, we have to, the only fair way for public procurement of these or use of our assets is to go out for RFP. And as Dr. Caldera mentioned, Ms. Reese is absolutely able to apply and put her proposal forward for that RFP.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Stevens, did you have anything, or Mr. Orozco, before we move back to the
so
public?
I just want to, because as y'all were talking, it made me realize that maybe the reason that people just don't know what we know and what we've discussed in executive session. So I just wanted to highlight a couple of hot points. So first, the number of executive sessions we've had. Since August of 2021, we've had 5 executive sessions. After we were made aware of the second hot check that was given to the city, which is a criminal violation, let alone, you just don't do that to your landlord in this day and age. I can't imagine if I did that with my property, but we had an executive session December 6th of 2022. We had another executive session December 20th of 2022. We, at that point, this body discussed how we should go about this. There was no renewal requested at that time, and we determined, based on some information that was provided to us, give her another chance. So I think at that point we kind of made consensus. Let's try to give her another opportunity, see if she's going to pay late, that sort of thing. So we gave her another opportunity. I do want to talk about, because there's multiple things. It's not just the executive sessions and the staff and that sort of thing. So starting October of 2021, the rent was 5 days late. November of 2021, it was 15 days late. December of 21, 14 days late. January of 22, 5 days late. February of 22, 9 days late. March of 2022, there was no rent paid. The rent wasn't paid until April. April of 2022, the double rent payment was made 12 days late. May of 2022, 16 days late. June of 2022, 21 days late. That check bounced. And if anybody knows anything about insufficient funds, that cost the city a lot of money, and it cost us a lot of paperwork also. July of 2022, it was 18 days late. August of 2022, 9 days late. September of 2022, 19 days late. August of 2022, 17 days late. She knew that executive session was going to be coming up. November of 2022, it was on time, the first time in over 12 months. December of 2022, 6 days late. Again, we had entered into this kind of agreement phase. January of 23, on time. February of 23, again, this is after we gave another opportunity. I think we were very gracious in what we offered, which was to keep her rent well below market rate, well below what we knew was fair and equitable, what all the other businesses in Leon Valley have to put up with, especially in the crazy market these days. We were very generous. And despite that, February of 2023, the rent was 16 days late. The March of 23 was on time. So there's that. In the last 2 years, we've had 16 fire and EMS related calls to that location. Last 2 years and a couple months, we've had 9 police calls to that location, or police related. They call them CFS calls for service. We've spent 23 hours of planning and zoning department time. That includes inspections, planning and zoning case meetings, record keeping. That includes the building inspector type of person. In addition to that, when we wanted to increase the market rate, we were told that wasn't a possibility, which is, again, it's unfair. I went back and I watched November 2nd of 2020 meeting, which was when this contract was first entered. And again, that's a little bit after COVID and things were a little bit crazy. But I watched that meeting, and it was very interesting to see how many members that some of them are currently on this body or in the audience got up and spoke how much of an insider deal that contract seemed at the time, which was $400 a month. and how angry some citizens got up at that lectern right there. I wasn't up here yet, but how angry some people were that that council at that time was approving this lucrative contract without going out for RFPs. And it was just quite interesting. And I think Councilor Martinez, you had even said that maybe a couple months like this and then make them go up to market rate, which seemed reasonable at the time. I mean, we were kind of coming out of COVID at that point, but now I guess we aren't going up to market rate because maybe something else has changed. I mean, overall, and then we did get in you know, I'm a business owner here in Leon Valley, and I know a little bit about business and about, you know, certain things. But we were given a financial report summary for 2022, and it says summary, but I'm assuming like a projected sheet for 2023. The business has a projected net loss in 2023. Again, I mean, the way I look at it, like some people in this room might be familiar with it, but the IRS has like a hobby loss rule. 3 out of 5 years, the IRS does not consider it a business; it's considered a hobby. That's where we're at with this. And so the subsidization comes in with the opportunity cost. What is the city foregoing to continue this insider deal that frankly was struck in November of 2020? Like, what is the city foregoing? And should we continue this path where you know, all of the equipment has been paid for by taxpayers? We're paying for even cleaning like the grill vents, the city funds right now. Or is this a time where the council really needs to sit back and like have a fair and equitable process where all of the businesses, whether they're startups or whether they just want to expand their presence in Leon Valley perhaps, where all businesses have the opportunity to strike some type of deal with the council? Because again, and it was made as a turnkey business. It was intended for businesses to start up, and then hopefully, I mean, the location's limited in size. You can only grow so big before you're going to have to move to another location. So we aren't canceling the contract. We aren't evicting her. Her contract had a renewal clause that was not exercised. The contract has thus expired. We've given like an extra 3 months of period to move out. We aren't shutting down a business or anything like that. Just like any other business, if you had written 2 hot checks to that entity and paid practically every month late by, you know, 10, 15, 20 days sometimes, like we're not exercising our ability. I mean, so far, and this might change, but we aren't exercising our opportunity to give another chance because we feel like we've given so many chances already, and that it's just turned into like kind of an unfair situation where we're giving a subsidization to a single business instead of actually looking out for the common, all of the 900 businesses in Leon Valley.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Ruiz, come on up, or Banya.
Hi, thank you.
Thank you. I know you
for putting this on the agenda. I appreciate Mr. Bradshaw and Mr. Martinez. I want to address first the hot checks. I was not in my right mind to do the finances for the restaurant. Yes, I can cook. Yes, I can get there every day. So we had an account that was closed, and I think my husband was taking care of the finances, the children, and everything at that time. So he might, when I say please pay the check, he winded up writing it for the closed account. I know that that's not your situation, your problem, but I think he was doing it to the best of his ability. I mean, he was not only taking care of me with a surgery that pretty much said, listen, if she has more stress, we'll lose a foot. I'm here to address what I can today and stick with the positives. He was also letting me know that, listen, there's more stringent penalties when we pay late for the IRS or the payroll tax or whatever. So there's a $1,000 fee. So I opted to pay late to the city. Again, I'll let him, since he was taking care of the finances. I understand that the city wants me out within 2 months. It is not enough time for me to find another place. I am here to request consideration to please extend my lease month to month for a short-term lease of 6 months. This is to give me time to find another location and to put signage up letting our customers know where we will be, and to get rushed into a lease because of the short notice is becoming difficult. My parents did pay commercial property taxes here at Leon Valley at 5616 Bandera Road for 32 years for the property across the street from HEB Marketplace. I do hope that that does some consideration. They do not help me with my business. This is a family-owned business, like I said, a mom-and-pop place. We employ 2 autistic adults, graduates from the Red Rick Center. We also employ young high school students. We improve the property, and we draw local journalists, documentary filmmakers, and local celebrities into Leon Valley. We provide 5-star food service, and we partner with our local farmers market to provide fresh vegetables and doing vice versa support for each other, letting them know that they're there every Wednesday from 9 to 1, so you get farm to table. Plus, we help voting by having the voting cards here at the place. We provide tacos to the library for Christmas, and we also 2 winters in a row provide breakfast tacos for the homeless, as well for voting volunteers. We appreciate your time for each and every one of your positions. There's no shame in trying to make it in a business. Paying late fees, and there are no free rides. We winded up paying late fees and paying the rent, not misleading like I read in the paper today that I did not pay my rent. We did not take the $400 rental for the COVID. We took the $400 rental while the property was closed while I was mending from my foot. From there on forth, I did not take that $400 rent. As soon as we opened our doors, we started paying the $800 rent. I would like to do a bid. I think it's fair what you're asking for, Mr. Bradshaw and Mr. Stevens, that I can put a bid in just like everyone else, at least for the next 6 months. Like you said, if my business does grow, it will not hold it there, but that will at least give me enough time to transfer to another place. I'm sorry to ask for another consideration, but this is asking for the last consideration in that point. I greatly appreciate your time, and thank you.
All right, Mr. Orozco.
Thank you, Ms. Bañez. This is really a double-edged sword because we're going to be criticized for either way we go. Either you can come and have a seat. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's fine.
If we do have a fiscal responsibility to the city as far as monies are concerned for the monies that we spent, but there's also sentimental feelings that are going on that the voters that put us up here are speaking loudly that they want to have a neighborhood restaurant that they can go to without having to go to the Rim or having to go somewhere where it's just really nice. It's a really nice place. I believe that we should take 10.1 and bring it up and make a decision. There's no need for us to procrastinate any further on why, where we're going to go with this.
I'm sorry, 10.1?
For executive session to discuss this issue.
I'm sorry. 10.1? You mean 7.2?
No, 10.1 going to executive session.
He's asking to go into executive session.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And it's the subject matter. While we're on this subject, why should we procrastinate? Either we're going to let them know, this is what you're going to do, this is going to happen, let's get out of the way, let's not procrastinate anymore. This way we know where we're going, we know where she's going, and she knows where she stands, so she knows where we stand.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Thank you for that. I had a question, Dr. Caldera. I noticed that the next agenda was the RFP for this property. How long does that usually take?
So it just depends. Normally, we will advertise the RFP. We have to write the RFP first, so that'll take, a week or so. But we normally will advertise that within 30 days to 2 months, depending on how comprehensive y'all want the RFP. And then we'll close out that date, and then we'll bring it to council to require 2 reads. So you're looking at an additional 3 months, possibly.
3 months. Okay, and
3 months.
Ms. Ruiz's lease is up on which day? It's up, but her extension?
So y'all gave, okay, so just
Till,
to
I think it was June 30th.
Just to clarify, in the renewal part of the lease, y'all wanted to give her a second chance, which was 6 additional months, as far as that renewal option was concerned.
Right.
At 3 months, y'all had a conversation with her in executive session. She provided y'all some financials and some explanation on the late fees. Y'all decided to, at that point, those explanations weren't sufficient enough, and so y'all decided to give her an additional 3 additional months. But that y'all weren't gonna renew her lease, even though you only had to give her 30 days notice. So we provided her the letter giving her 3 months to vacate the premises.
Okay.
And so that's kind of where we're at right now. If you want to renegotiate terms with her, then yes, I did put an agenda item on here. We could go into executive session to discuss new terms of a lease. If you aren't going to renew her lease and you want her out by June 30th, you can make that motion right now. You can end that, and then you can move on to the next agenda item, which is the RFP. There's various options of what you can do this evening.
So is that a motion
So-
to move into executive session?
So when we go to executive session, that's not going to be the only subject that we can talk about. We can talk about other options that we can go.
No, you have to have that in open session. The only reason you can go into executive session is to talk about the lease.
To talk about the lease.
You can't, or get an advice from the city attorney. But you, talking about options like this or RFP for that has to be done in open session.
All right, thank you. Mr. Martinez, go ahead. I think you had a letter that we have not read yet into the record.
Before we go
and then
into
we can
executive
decide.
session, I'd like to read the letter. And I think we have some citizens who want to speak before we go into executive session. So let me read this letter from Tina Chasen. I am writing tonight in hopes of urging City Council to renew the lease agreement between the City of Leon Valley and Cha-Cha's New Gen. It usually takes several years for a restaurant to become a viable business and prove itself. In the short time of under 2 years, Cha-Cha's New Gen has shown that its steady growth makes it worthy of this lease renewal consideration. I look forward to Cha-Cha's New Gen becoming the cornerstone of restaurants here in Leon Valley. The word has gotten out, and people from all over, some as far as Indiana, are making Cha-Cha's New Gen their destination of choice. Renewing their lease will show the city's faith in their presence, a locally owned and operated business by a Leon Valley resident, one of our own. Economic development is not just bringing businesses into Leon Valley, but keeping it here without having to give them monies as an incentive to stay. One of the incentives in keeping Cha-Cha's New Gen is that the family already has an established reputation that started a long time ago with their father and mother. Banya is carrying forward an excellence in great food with a family community sense of belonging. We can all be proud that Cha-Cha's New Gen is home with us in Leon Valley. Thank you for your time and consideration on this matter. Respectfully, Tina Chasen.
All right, so I'm also seeing hands of people that want to speak before we go into, if we go into executive session. We have the choice of doing that or making a motion. So, Mr. Mata, go ahead. And welcome back.
Eric Mata, Canterfield. So there's a lot of people here that are expressing that sentimental, kind of emotional argument that Mr. Orozco just referred to. The problem is that a lot of the people making those arguments aren't aware of these facts that have been brought forward by Mr. Stevens and Mr. Bradshaw and Mr. Hefner. So I will just say, as a citizen, I've supported the restaurant. I love the food there. I still do. If she moved somewhere else, I would still be happy to have family go, take my family and support her. The problem is not the council. It's not the city of Leon Valley in this case. Unfortunately, Ms. Ruiz has practiced brought forward poor business practices. And it's brought more attention and more time and resources have been put into this than was ever necessary. I appreciate the facts that Mr. Stevens brought forward. The city is paying for these executive sessions, right? Because we have to rack up extra time with our city attorney in regards to these particular issues. I just don't think it's fair to the taxpayer of Leon Valley as a whole. That doesn't change the fact I don't love her food, that I love her food or that I enjoy her company as a person. But again, I agree. I think in a sense we've been subsidizing. I was at that November 2020 meeting when Kelly Kunstler, the previous city manager, brought forward that presentation. I mean, looking back on it, I supported it. I supported the idea of the restaurant. I know there were a lot of people there that didn't, but I did. And again, it's nothing personal. I just think that once the facts have come forward, we understand that it's nothing personal, that our council here is looking after the taxpayer. And there's a trend here, and we have to acknowledge the fact that it's been an issue for the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mata. And I believe, Mr. Bull, you had your hand up next. Good evening and welcome.
Thank you. So, Councilman Orozco talked about how there's a heavy sentiment to Cha-Cha's being there. And that's a great part of what it means to be a business in our communities, to have that attachment to the community, not just the pocketbook, not just to the city as another business. Unfortunately, there's a fact that needs to be remedied here, that the concept of what it means to be turnkey is not to be you come in and you're out in a short time. Turnkey simply means that should there be another business that comes in, they do not need to bring their own equipment. They do not need to put that money into the renovation. They do not need to do much except move right in. That is all what the concept of turnkey means. It is not the concept that has been presented to us by the council. It is true that some of us citizens do actually know what the facts are behind the situation. This is why some of us were so loud in ensuring that there was support for them, because when this business started out here in Leon Valley, in Cha-Cha's Nugent, it started out in the worst time. We were still in COVID, and we were still learning what COVID was and how it was affecting us in 2020 and most of 2021. And the city decided it was going to work with this business to keep this business. And now that the work has been done and this business is starting to show its true worth financially, sentimentally, as a cornerstone part of our community, you can't just retract that and say, well, yeah, they were great, their food's great, but their finances have sucked. You don't get to say that because you said yes to helping out, knowing the worth that it could have, that now you're not going to see that true worth flourish in our community. And it's a resident of Leon Valley, a family of Leon Valley, with a Leon Valley business, and this whole council has been hard-pressed to be on the side of business being in Leon Valley. I would not want any business to come and be a part of our community and have a partnership with our city if they're to be treated when they get down with their circumstances as they have been. They've rocked it and been successful given the circumstances. And yes, with the assistance of the city that it rightfully gave to this business.
Okay.
So I say fulfill the request, do a lease of 6 months, allow them time to find another place if they should need it, and to prove true worth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who else? Ms. Ryan? Yes. Good evening and welcome back.
Good evening again. Thank you for having me up. I'm Rose Ryan, board member with the Northwest San Antonio Chamber of Commerce, and I'll try to be brief and not repeat some things that I heard earlier. First of all, I'd like to thank this city council for the tremendous job they're doing to be pro-business for our community, and also for all the things that they do that are not pro-business, meaning all the things you do for your churches and for the community and all that. It's the best city council and city staff that I've seen here in many, many, many years, and I'm just very proud of the work that you're doing. Excuse me. And I know that this is a very tough decision. One of the reasons it's so hard is that Cha-Cha's, the Ruiz family, has been in Leon Valley for over 32 years. All those 32 years, it was a good economic environment for the city. We didn't have the pandemic and all the things that we have now. And I understand that people may have called out the city for giving this sweetheart deal, so to speak. But what was done at that time. And since then, there has been progress. And I understand. I've never seen a lease contract. If it's whatever, apartments usually have a 10-day grace period. I've never seen a lease that doesn't have at least some kind of grace period, and usually it's worked out with the people. And I heard all of the Councilman Stevens over and over, and I would be frustrated with that too, and I understand that. But we can't forget, this is the Ruiz family that not only had an iconic restaurant business here for 32 years, paying taxes 32 years, both property and sales tax dollars that gave to the city. And I know it sounds, not fair or reasonable or whatever, but we can't forget the businesses that are building the businesses today. And Cha-Cha's, with the 32 years of supporting the city with all the tax dollars that came in, probably are much greater than what they've been allowed for the last 2 years, given the pandemic. And having worked in the restaurant industry and worked with the chamber, I can tell you the restaurant business is one of the toughest, and the first 5 years is the toughest. And they've done, a yeoman's job with what they've had and the challenges that they've had. But I have just 6 points that I'd like to make on why you might want to consider. First of all, it's going to take, I worked for city government for over 40 years and had to develop RFPs and everything. And it takes at least 30, 60, 90 days to get an RFP out, to advertise it, do all the things that you have to do to get someone in. But here are the reasons that you might want to give them some type of extension while you're working on that RFP. First of all, the first 5 years of their business in restaurant are the most difficult. Cha-Cha's revenues have grown 140% in the last year.
Ms. Ryan,
I'll be
your
quick.
time is up, so if you could just maybe give us one more
Yes,
point,
yes.
and then
a bird in
that'll
the
be it.
hand is worth two in the bush, meaning you've got a live tenant that's paying now. Yes, it's late, but if given no late fee, that should come into mind, and maybe put a late fee into the contract, or not fee, but grace period.
Okay.
And put that into the contract. The other thing, real quick, they've brought Le Cordon Bleu Culinary Arts to Leon Valley. It's the first restaurant to do so, has been recognized, and that has value too.
Okay.
And the other thing is that the city was holding about $23,000 of the Ruizes while they were undergoing their liquor license, and that could have had an impact on their ability
Okay.
to play.
All right.
But
Thank
anyway,
you.
we're in
Do
favor of
appreciate
it,
those
and we
comments.
understand everything. And thank you so much.
Okay.
I appreciate everybody for listening.
Yeah, thank you so much. All right, it's just a lot of we're going to turn into bewitching hour here in a little bit. Yes, Mr. Shahadi.
Good evening.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome.
All right. So we're citizens of Leon Valley in terms of our business,
Mhm.
and I believe if council was to go ahead and extend for another 6 months at $1,200, what we would like to do is pay an extra $400 a month to kind of equalize taxpayers' expectations with, allowing them to just go ahead. And we would like to deposit $2,400 in advance in order for us to help them bridge the next 6 months. So I just thought I'd leave it out there and take it from here.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. So your company, Mr. Shahadi, or you personally?
I would personally do that.
You would personally do that. Okay. Thank you. Do appreciate that. Yes. And good evening and welcome. If you state your name and where you reside, please. Thank you.
Yes.
For the record.
My name is Manuel Arteaga. Well, I'm Manuel Alejandro Arteaga. People knows me as Alex.
Okay.
I'm a resident of 6127 Walking Gate.
Okay.
Right.
And you're married to Vanya.
Of the council,
Mhm.
Staff of the city of Leon Valley, and great citizens that we have here of Leon Valley and probably online as
Mhm.
well. First of all, we say thank you for giving us this opportunity, right? When we get into this business, I didn't expect that being that very hard. So I was with my wife for probably 15 years, and on her parents' restaurant. It was totally different when you build your own, okay? My in-laws create a very good legacy, which I we want to maintain and continue and honor it because it did pretty well. And like some citizens say, and it is very hard, really, really hard to start a business. And also, as I heard from Mr. Josh and Mr. Will, you guys have been spending a lot on us as well. Okay, we've been spending a lot too. We've been putting a lot of time, a lot of mental and stress, and running a business and family and many, many things that you guys don't consider as well. Okay, now it's a sentimental part, yes, but how America has been built as well. Not all the great companies here in America has been built like that, with stress, with things that is being happening is about the perseverance and going through struggles. That's what great companies has been built for. This city is great. We love it. Before we moved here, we were living in Live Oak, okay, which is another good city as well. But when my wife told me about the possibility of here, we didn't want to stay over there since we wanted to build a business for a long period. Okay, I understand that probably in the location now I see is probably for a short term, but I'm asking you guys, because your next point is going to be like that, how short-term business on that little location, what do you expect? How are you going to run a business over there for just given the possibility to a business for a couple years? They're not going to make it. No business is going to make it.
All right.
You need time to build a business. And also, it's fair for the city of Leon Valley to have a local restaurant that's been, like my parents built for years as well.
Right.
Okay?
Mr.
give it-
Arteaga, if you
Yes.
could finish up, please, because
Sure.
your time is up. So just one more point that you'd like to make, please.
Well,
Thank
just
you.
the point is, if it's not for us, give the next business a real time to make their business. Because just a couple years doesn't work. And you guys know that.
Okay. All right. Thank you for
You
those
guys,
comments.
Mr. Stevens, you are a number people, number person. I'm a numbers too. I'm failed running my wife's business because it's probably not my strength, and at some points the administration.
Okay.
I'm good with numbers. I work with engineers.
All right.
But
Thank you so much. Really appreciate
I
those
would,
comments.
say just give real time to the next people that is going to
Okay.
be there.
Very good. Point well taken. Yes. We have somebody. Good evening and welcome. If you'll state your name and where you reside.
Roland Soto, I live
That's
on
right.
Setting Sun.
Hi, Mr. Soto.
You know, how can I say this? I've owned businesses,
Mhm.
I own rental property too, and I've learned that when a tenant runs into a hard time, it's a lot easier to work with them on the long term than to let them, replace them with somebody else, because you just never know who the next tenant is. They might be a nightmare, right? I used to own some hair salons. I live in Leon Valley since 1993. I avoided, putting my business in Leon Valley because of the signage issue. It's amazing because as a business owner, and for those in Leon Valley, they're not allowed to put signs by the easement. But yet when it comes to re-elections or elections, what do you see? The campaign signs are right by the street. Why? Because they catch a lot of attention. That seems to be the problem with that recessed property, where the new generation is. So, I believe that even though they might be taking a loss, and it doesn't matter, somebody might say the way that I ran my business, was not the best, but yet I was successful. I own houses. So, the point that Mr. Mata brought out that, that maybe they don't have the best bookkeeping, but yet they should be allowed another opportunity, since now it seems like there are, working forward to improving things.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Mata. Do appreciate that. Soto, excuse me. That's Mr. Mata. Okay. All right. Anyone else? Okay. So what's the pleasure of the council?
Well, I wanted to go to executive session 10.1 to put a point to end this and let everybody know where we stand. We let the Banyas know what's going to happen, what we're going to do, and put an end to this, and we go one way or another. I'd like to go in there, get advice from the attorney on certain things, so we can probably maybe try to help, or maybe go further on with somebody else, and let's just get it out of the way. Let's just finish it. Let's go forward.
You can
Is there any
only
objections?
go into executive session based on the wording on this agenda for legal advice regarding the lease agreement. So I just want to, so you can
Well, they're
make
talking
that
about the lease.
motion, just make the motion to read that way, to discuss the negotiation.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Martinez had his hand up next, and then Mr. Stevens. Thank you.
I personally don't think we need to go into executive session, especially with the offer that Mr. Shahadi made. And, I'd like to just see us extended for 6 months, and then we can worry about it. Next month, we're going to have a different council here, at least one person. And we know how Mr. Campos is going to vote. And I wish Danielle would have spoken up. I would have loved to have her opinion. The other candidate that's running for office. But I don't think we need to go into executive session. I just like to make the motion.
We'll take a vote on that. Yes, Mr. Stevens.
Yeah, so first of all, I believe we were told in executive session previously when we redid the lease a year or two ago, can't remember, I have it written down, that the lease was horribly written. Again, this is like a document of the previous, and so no matter what, we got to redo a lease, and we got to redo terms, and we got to make better clauses and stuff like that in there. So I think no matter what, the lease is ended, so we either have to extend a new lease, or they vacate. So my question would be to the owners, would you be willing to pay market rate? Would you be willing to pay a 3-month deposit up front? And would you be willing to accept a 60-day immediate eviction notice in the event that your payment is late?
Wow. Whew, okay. I don't know if I didn't write all that down, but anyway, Mr. Martinez.
To me,
okay,
those
hang on
terms.
Just a second.
To me, those terms are ridiculous.
You can come back up, Ms. Barney.
No business can handle something like that. It would be very strenuous for most business to be able to do that.
Okay. Yes, if you'll respond to Mr. Stevens.
No, Mr. Stevens, I took the lease agreement to an attorney, and he says you should have brought this before, and you should retain my retainer fee, and you should have seen that you had 30 days to do this. And he said if the council does say something of that sort and puts you on the spot, you have to have the right to say, I need legal counsel at this moment, and I'd have to review. And if you want that given to me written, then we can go ahead and do that. I will never do that again. I will never say yes, no, sign something in the lobby like I was doing. I really do need legal counsel at this point.
Okay.
So are you willing to pay market rate, though?
Oh, yes, for sure. I mean, like I said, the business has been doing much better. We were approved for a sign. That sign can be removed, or if somebody else comes in, it's still slide signs where it has the lighting. I had even had somebody that was going to do it under the $4,000. But if I can get that signage, that would even not cause a problem. A lot of old people have said, we didn't show up because we weren't able to see you. We passed you up 3 to 4 times. And it's like, also, Mr. Orozco said, you're having 5-star dining here in Leon Valley instead of having to go to Broadway or the Pearl or having to go to La Cantera. You're offering your patrons the very best here in Leon Valley. So, but yes, I think it's time. COVID is over. Things are turning and getting a little bit better. I've been trying to be fair since the beginning, and yes, of course, I would love to do that.
You could afford $2,100, is that what it is?
Make it 1,800.
I'm sorry. I didn't know what, I thought we said 2,100, but is it
At least-
18?
at
I just want to
least
be sure we're
21.
on the same page. Mr. Stevens, what number is that?
So I believe it's at least 2,100. There's a lot of other things, like, so we need to do we got a list of all the expenses the city's incurred. Like, there's no other businesses in Leon Valley that get their property owner to pay for a lot of those, like the cleaning of the grill type of thing.
Right, and you know, I've kept, when we took it over, if you would have seen, I had before and after pictures, the way they were taking care of that equipment. I take care of it so well that they don't have to do it as often as they come. I tried to tell that to Miss Crystal Caldera, that the grease, we don't use that much grease. We take care of we don't use that much oils that has to be cleaned that often. And the gentleman that does do the cleaning could report that to you as well. I said, you know what, this is a little too soon. He's like, hey, it's the city that's sending us. So we try to do cleaning, like real cleaning every evening, so that's not necessary. The other is, if you can hold me at 1,800 until we get a signage outside, I don't mind paying that at all. I am very hidden back there, and we do have to do a lot of advertising. I just got the advertising with the Leon Valley off of Bandera. We're also doing advertising better on Google to where that they can point us out. If you can help me with that signage, which was already granted by the city.
No, so I want to clarify on the
Yeah.
signage. Y'all did not grant the signage. You know, they went and asked for I forgot the amount, to the Economic Development Advisory Committee. They recommended approval of the sign. The council, because we didn't know whether or not we were going to renew the lease, did not approve the funding to put that signage there. And so
Did I redo
I mean, that's
another
up to
one?
the council whether or not they want to continue to invest in this property.
Sure.
Or if she wants to do her own investment on the property as far as the signage goes, it's council's discretion on what y'all want to do. with
I
that.
can't put a sign out there without your permission, so.
Right, you would have to file a sign permit, and then you would have to pay for the sign on your own. What you were requesting was funds for the city to put the sign there.
Thank you. Mr. Hefner had a comment. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
So I think we have a number, like, there's actually 3 items on our agenda that relate to this property tonight. And I think we need to use a simple decision tree to understand the best order of operations.
Please.
And then we can tackle items, or things can be OBE as they need to be. So I think the question for this body is whether we believe it is appropriate for a city-owned property to be subject to RFP for tenant occupation. I think the answer is yes, so I think that's the first question we have to ask. That's actually agenda item 7.2. Then if it is a item that's subject to RFP, then I think we have to go through that process. Whether we allow Ms. Banyas or Ms. Ruiz to stay in the property during, or if that property needs to be vacated for purposes of the RFP, that's a separate question. But I think we ask ourselves, A, do we need to subject this to an RFP? B, if subject to RFP, then do we allow Ms. Reese to stay in the property until then? Or do we simply just say, no, we don't need an RFP, let's just renew the lease, and then we get into lease negotiations and go into executive session? I don't necessarily think it's appropriate to discuss lease negotiations with the city right now at this juncture until we answer the prior question. So with that, I would make a motion that we actually table this item and move to 7.2 to discuss the RFP option, and then based on the outcome of that, come back to 7.1 or not.
Okay.
I'll second that motion.
Excuse me.
That was the second, Mr. Bradshaw?
Yes.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Hefner and a second by Mr. Bradshaw to table 7.1 and go to 7.2 to discuss the RFP, make a decision there, and then come back to 7.1 if needed. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
No.
All right, we have 3 ayes and 2 nays. The motion does pass. Mr. Martinez and Mr. Orozco said nay. All right. So with that direction from the council, we'll move to 7.2, presentation, discussion, and possible action on directing the staff to solicit RFPs, competitive proposal to execute a short-term lease agreement at 6417 Evers Road. And again, Councilman Josh Stevens and Will Bradshaw requested this item, so I will let you begin the discussion. Thank you.
Yeah. So I think we've already kind of touched on this quite a bit, but essentially the last time this property was, well, Leon Valley Cafe was there for a while, and I don't really know how Leon Valley Cafe first moved in there, but at some point they decided they were going to move out, to terminate the lease. It was around the time of the bridge project. COVID had already started. And then the day before I was actually elected to this council, late into the night, the council passed, gave a $400 a month contract to Cha-Cha's at that point. It was without any type of bidding or solicitation for bids or any type of competitive process, without a broker, there was no competitive nature. And so there was a lot of citizens. I did go back and watch this meeting, the November 2nd, 2020 meeting, this agenda item. Councilor Martinez commented as a citizen. Several people commented that are here today, but on the nature of that, it didn't seem right. It didn't sit right with people, just because it seemed kind of like an insider deal done at the very last moment, where the public wasn't even informed like this was going on, really. And so I think the intention of this agenda item is to do what should have been done back at that point, and implement like some type of bidding proposal type of process. Use a broker, use the values that are, whatever they value the land at. I mean, the property at. Help, like, get the broker to help us structure some type of logical contract that is fair and equitable, that makes sense for commercial businesses in this region, that sort of thing.
Okay, if I can just add a little bit of history to this. Leon Valley Cafe was right next door where El Monte was, a little tiny restaurant, but they had really great food. And the prior city manager, we really liked that. And I mean, I agree, I love that restaurant. And so anyway, the council renovated that structure, but we did not go out for RFPs, as my recollection. Is that correct, Dr. Caldera? And so we just entered into a lease agreement with them.
They did it as an economic development expansion project, because
Right.
I think they could only fit like 5 people next door where El Monte, if you've been into El Monte.
Yeah, you can only fit 5 tables.
They were growing in customer base,
Mhm.
and so as part of an economic development
Mhm.
project, I think they used ED
Mhm.
funds in order to do the remodel. They had to, the flooring or whatever had to be braced because
Mhm.
the equipment was so heavy. They did a lot of stuff to be able to
Right.
do that. And then Leon Valley Cafe moved in.
And we had to get the animals out of the attic. I mean, there's a lot of raccoons.
There's a lot of stuff that
yeah.
had to be done.
But what I was going to say is that they were very successful, but first it was the bridge, the renovation of the Evers Bridge, and it really impacted Leon Valley Cafe. And we, as a council, negotiated a reduction of the rent until the bridge was finished. And then after the bridge, guess what? The pandemic. And they just could not withstand the pandemic. And so then they closed. So just wanted to give that history because, thank you.
for
But we
that.
did not go out for an RFP. I do know
So the
that.
original lessee, I guess, of the building of the Kinman House was Leon Valley Cafe. How long were they there?
About 2.5, 3 years, Crystal?
Yeah,
What would you say
something
about
like
that?
About 2.5, 3 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
their biggest, they had some other issues, but
Mhm.
like, they didn't want to do like DoorDash. There were some things that COVID allowed them to do, but they were really scared of catching COVID.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
so even when the doors were allowed to be open, they still didn't want to open to the
Mhm.
general public. And
Right.
so they made some business decisions that didn't pan out. And so
Mhm.
therefore they made the personal decision to close.
To leave, yeah.
And then the city manager was able to locate, at the time, the deal was struck with Ms. Banya and her brother Ricardo Rogues.
Mhm.
And then we came back later and made an amendment to that agreement when he withdrew from that lease agreement.
Correct.
Okay,
That's
so
right.
my question
Yes,
is,
sir. Go ahead.
you know, we talked about the RFP process. How long would that take to
Yeah, I asked
advertise
that.
it, to get, you know, to open it and say, you know, I'm assuming you set a close date.
Close date, then the committee's got to review it. If we're using the broker to help us review the proposals.
And
I
we
mean,
come
it
back
just, I mean,
to
there's,
session to decide.
again, and Ms. Ryan made the point earlier, you know, it can take 30 all the way up to 90 days depending on the process itself and schedules and who's going to be part of the committee that's reviewing the lease, you know, so it could be 3 months. We've done some pretty fast turnarounds in RFPs in the past. You're just rushing everything. And then the council's got to vote on whatever that lease agreement is going to be and however long those negotiations take. And so the process could be 3 months, could be 6 months.
So I would like to propose to the council as kind of a compromise that we open up the RFP, allow city manager to execute that and get a broker and go out for RFP and post it. And then we come to the agreement and continue to let Ms. Ruiz lease until we decide on what to do with the RFP. And she's welcome to submit her bid as well. And at that point, we provide, you know, whatever we decide, 30 days notice to end the lease. I mean, if she wins the RFP, obviously, give 30 days notice.
So she would have to understand that it would, the next time, if the council were to choose not to renew her lease, she will only have 30 days to vacate the property under what you just
That's
stated.
what
I just want to make sure that everybody's clear with that.
Because it could be 3 months, it could be 2 months, it could be 3 months, it could, minimum of 1 month.
Right.
Is what we are saying, because at least you'll get a month.
Yeah, I can't even see us doing that in 1 month, do you?
No, but
No, that's what I'm saying is when we give notice.
When you give notice, yeah, 30 days,
Say
okay,
you
I
give-
thought you meant the process,
No,
yeah.
so say
Okay.
it's what he's saying is say it's a 3-month process for the RFP.
Okay.
Say we don't choose her, she will only have 30 days to
I see.
vacate. And so that just so that she knows that that could happen during this RFP.
Okay,
Or
thank
the
you for that
council's aware
clarification.
and the
Okay, that's right.
citizens are aware.
Yes, Counselor Hefner had asked to be recognized. Go ahead.
Yeah, so my question to you, Dr. Caldera, is during the RFP process for a space like this, is it problematic for the space to be occupied?
Not necessarily. I mean, she's probably going to have competitors going in and trudging through her place, taking a look at the space in order to submit to their RFP.
But as part of our current lease agreement, do we as the,
We can enter her,
We
but
can
that
enter at
building
any
is
time.
at any time. We can go in at any time. We just can't interrupt her operations in
Okay.
any way.
so in terms of support of the RFP, our current lease agreement allows us the flexibility we need while she's still occupying the property to gather whatever information potential RFP applicants could require.
I believe so. I mean, the way I would structure the RFP would be a request for businesses to submit a business plan, financials. We would do credit checks. I mean, there'd be a lot of processes going on with that RFP or some clauses to go with that RFP. Staff would write the RFP with the attorney reviewing the RFP, and then we would post it, let's just say for 30 to 45 days. Businesses would submit a business plan. That would include rent, the type of business. It may not even be a restaurant. I mean, we're
Right.
assuming it's a restaurant, but it may be a different type of business that's utilizing the space. And it has to be a two-way street. What the city is going to gain and what the applicant is going to gain by going in the city facility. And then those proposals would be brought back to whatever committee the council would want to review those. And I would assume, I'm making the assumption that you would want the broker to be able to look at those proposals to see what the best option is for the market in that area.
Yeah, and my recommendation there would be that we allow, I know we have with these other recent RFPs, we've had a committee of staff members. You know, I would recommend that the third-party expert, right, we have a real estate broker who's helped us with other city-owned properties. I would expect that expert to provide us with a recommendation based on the responses. I hear Ms. Reese's comment about, not having enough time to move out. At this point, we've given notice. I think if we pursue this RFP process, we can again be flexible, allow her to remain, but on the understanding that if that RFP process comes out and we select another business, that's going to be a short amount of time for you to have to vacate.
Okay, thank you.
So, I mean, I would support Mr. Bradshaw's suggestion.
All right.
Good question.
Yes, Mr. Roscoe, go
So
ahead.
if we do go through the RFP, will she be going out, say, 30, 90 days for the money she's paying now, or for the money that's included by Mr. Shahadi?
Y'all haven't discussed that, yeah, I mean, that's he provided that, I think, in order to get this agenda item to move forward and to allow her to, you know, to stay in there for an additional 6 months. So, I mean, that's, again, you're entering into another negotiation with somebody else, bringing somebody, I mean, whatever y'all, again, it's kind of whatever the
And we're on the
council wants to do.
RFP. That's what we're on.
Correct.
So, who else had a comment? Yes, Mr. Stevens.
So I have a question for the attorney. So first thing is, so if a city, in your experience, if a city has had, has a piece of property like this, a commercial piece of property, and unlike the Google Hut where they want floodplain, this piece of property is a piece that a lot of businesses could utilize. Would it be in our best interest, and is it the best practice for a city to have an RFP process to gain a tenant?
Under the circumstances, that's a better process.
Okay.
Mhm.
And so I'm fine with this. I think we need to I think we got to increase the standards. Like, we got to stop ripping off the taxpayers. I understand the complexities of a business. I'm very concerned about pursuing in this pathway, because we got projections, financial projections, with a projection net loss of $14,000, with rent being $1,200. And I think that we need to increase rent, because otherwise it's unfair to all the other businesses that are actually having to pay, you know, whatever the market rate is. But I don't know. I'm a bit weary about going
Make
in.
a suggestion. If
Dr.
Mr.
Caldera.
Shahadi is willing to offer the $400 a month, that he strike that deal with Banya and cut her the $400 check, and then you can increase her rent to $2,100, and then therefore she would really only be paying the $1,200.
Wait, say that
Well,
again?
actually,
It'd be
it'll be
18.
18, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a good idea, but I don't know if the 6 months is a good idea.
We were saying,
Till the
I think you
RFP.
said until the RFP is
Yeah,
finished,
because
and then it's 30
ultimately, if there's
days.
another business that wants this place, like, we're going to be like, oh, gotta wait 6 months.
No.
No.
he's saying
no,
that
no.
when the RFP
As soon as
is done-
RFP closes and we decide whether it's Ms.
It will be a
Ruiz
30-day.
or somebody else, we say, here's your 30-day notice, because that's what's going to happen anyways in the typical place. If somebody wants a place, they got 30 days.
So the lease is over, though, right? So are we extending a new lease?
No, I think it's
Going
month to month.
So you could stay on what you're currently at right now, which is $1,200 month to month.
Which is not in the lease, though,
It
because it would be
would be 1,200.
half of market plus 1,200.
Correct. So you can enact that. What y'all agreed on in executive session in order to continue to help her out was was $1,200. So if you want to continue on the month to month, you could do the $1,200 plus the 50%. You can stay at the $1,200. You can take Mr. Shahadi up on his deal and let her pay the $1,200 and take his amount of money until the RFP is completed.
Okay, Mr. Hefner.
I mean, I don't know, maybe the city attorney wants to weigh in on this, but I don't think it appropriate for the city to engage a third party in terms of this negotiation. So if Mr. Shahadi wants to engage Ms. Ruiz in some other negotiation independent of the city, I think that's fine. I think we as a city need to determine our path forward. I think what I'm hearing is we are in consensus that we want to pursue an RFP. Then the next question is, what terms do we operate under for the remainder until that RFP is resolved?
So that goes back to 7.1.
Right, or
Yeah.
we retain a month-to-month lease as it is today. But I think the challenge Ms. Caldera is mentioning is you've already provided notice to vacate?
Correct.
Yeah, June
And so we
30th.
have to revoke the original notice to vacate, if I'm correct, right, Nicole? Or how does that work? Because we've already
30th.
provided a notice to vacate. We would have to revoke the notice to vacate by June 30th, correct? Or how does that work?
I suggest, since the lease has already been terminated, that we just extend her occupation without extending the lease. In other words, we've given her the notice up until June 30th. After that, she'll remain month to month, and we can just extend it that way.
So she's saying not to renew the lease.
Not to make any amendment to the existing
Just
lease.
let her do the month to month.
At $1,200 a month.
Well, that's the existing lease.
Existing lease.
That's the current lease.
I think that's the easiest thing, honestly.
Yeah, so
rather
if
than
we're not making any
rehashing
changes at
things.
all to the lease agreement, we have already given a notice to vacate on June 30, but we simply say you can remain month to month under the current lease terms until this RFP process is concluded, at which time we would be obligated to give a new 30-day notice to vacate.
Okay, that sounds good. Mr. Mata?
Yeah, there's a part of me that feels bad it's gotten to this point, and so much time and resources have been put on this issue. Again, as I said earlier, I don't think this was a problem of any of your making, but the part that I think that you could change forward, and I think Mr. Councilman Hefner brought it up, the idea of bringing in a third party to manage the property in general. Either that or the city should just get out of the business of renting this property. This is ridiculous. You see what it's turned into. It's been used as a political tool to try to manipulate. And I don't think that's what the council should be in the business of doing. You guys should be taking care of the city at large's business as opposed to an individual business that that the city owns or owns the property to. So hand it over, if we're going to continue this, to a third party where you guys have no say in it, where if the terms of the lease are violated, then there's no discretion on y'all's part. Because that's the problem you're having now. You've bent over backwards. You've given many opportunities. The city has, and you guys have a council, and you're still here mulling over this situation. It's ridiculous.
Okay.
And I appreciate that y'all are doing it, but it's outrageous that so much time has been wasted. People are acting like the business owner is a victim, and I think you guys have done your part and bent over backwards. This is ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So, does somebody have a motion?
Mayor, I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion that we direct staff and the city manager to enter into a solicitation for RFPs for 6417 Evers Road. I would also, sorry, I need to make the full motion. Allowing the current tenant to remain in place on a month-to-month basis until the conclusion of that RFP process.
Do you want to say how much? Or this is
Under the existing lease terms.
Okay.
I'll second, but I'd like to potentially discuss adding some more requirements for the RFP.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to add one thing about the RFP. One option for the RFP consideration should also be alternative uses for city operations. So, for example, I know Public Works is in need of a new administrative building. Is there an opportunity to have a efficiency there as opposed to being in the business of renting a property? All of those things should be on the table in consideration during the RFP process.
Okay.
I'll second, but I would like to potentially add some other RFP requirements. If I don't know.
I don't think it has to be part of the motion. You can provide that.
Yeah. Okay. So just
Yeah.
just throw some. So like for example, I think. To prevent again, this honestly, we need a management company to do this. Otherwise, it will turn into a political issue every time. This is unfair to us as council members, because we have a duty to the citizens, and that means like a fiduciary duty. And right now, we're going to be we're essentially violating that duty, so we can partake in politics. I think that we should do a mandatory credit check on both the owner and co-owner. If there's a co-owner, the business, the EIN, based on the EIN of the business. So we hopefully don't have more problems. I
I can draft an RFP and then we'll bring it back to y'all for consideration, so y'all can look it over and add whatever y'all
Yeah,
want to add.
let's do that. Yeah.
So,
Okay.
so the
So-
motion's on the floor. I'm
Okay,
just
we
trying
have
to
a
get
motion by Counselor, I haven't even stated it yet, so I have a motion by Counselor Hefner and a second by Counselor Stevens to direct the staff to solicit RFPs for a competitive proposal to execute a short-term lease agreement at 6417, and allowing the current tenant to stay month to month under the current lease. Additionally, the RFP should expand alternate uses for the building. I guess we can bring that back, Dr. Caldera, when you actually draft
Yeah,
the
I'll
RFP.
draft the
Is that-
RFP
yeah.
and then I'll reach out to Melinda and some of the
Okay.
other admin staff and see if
Okay.
there's other alternative uses for
All
that
right.
building.
And then will you bring it back next week or, I mean, next meeting?
Probably won't be next meeting because we're already, that agenda's
Yeah.
already prepped and done for the most part.
Mm.
And y'all aren't going to be here the first meeting in June, probably the second meeting in June.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Mr. Martinez.
I would like to have the word short-term removed because
All right.
I will amend my
The-
motion to say 2-year lease.
Okay, so it's amended 2 years. Okay, 2-year lease agreement. All right. So with that amendment, are we ready to vote? Did you get
I'll
that?
second the amendment. I'll second the amendment.
All right.
I don't know if you-
So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. So I think that does it for 7-1 then.
So, well, do we have to make a motion to table it?
No.
No, it has been tabled, but I think the motion in 7-2 accommodates the lease, current lease, right? So we'll do it that way and encourage Ms. Ruiz to apply for the RFP. Okay, very good, thank you. Okay, 10 minutes till 10.
7.4
Okay,
first.
I was talking to the Planning and Zoning Director, and without objection, we'd like to hear 7.4 first, and then the waiving of the fees, 7.3 after that, as it makes more sense, it flows better. And so let's start, if there's no objection, okay? Thank you all very much for coming, do appreciate it. Thank you, Ms. Ruiz. All right, let's move on then to 7.4, presentation discussion, and we do have a public hearing to consider approving a request to amend Planned Development District number 2022-31 to amend the approved site plan on 9.180 acre unplatted parcel of land located at the corner of Evers Road and Seneca Drive, being P-4A ABS 530 CB 4432. This is the first read as required by the city charter. There's no vote tonight, but we will have a public hearing. So, Ms. Teague, thank you for being here and
Mayor,
welcome. You
Council.
bet.
So the request for this vacant piece of property known as the Triangle property, this is an amendment to an approved site plan. It is approximately 9 acres, and it was approved for an R6 garden home district. So the reduction in the number of housing units from 94 to 67 is the request for the amendment to the approved site plan tonight. He will be also proposing to relocate an entrance due to utility pole conflict, and to also retain the original approval site plan of the 94 units. So this is the approved site plan that council approved, and this is the new proposed. At the very top is the new emergency exit that will be gated with a Knox box.
Could you show that on the, with a highlighter? Because I can't see it on the proposed site
No,
plan.
we have one.
Oh, you'll show it? Okay, because I can barely, I mean, I'm like, okay, where is that now? What street is it as across? Okay, very good, thank you. Am I the only one that can't?
Right here is the new entrance, the
Okay.
secondary one. It'll be gated with a Knox box, like an emergency exit.
Okay.
And right here is the new proposed with the monument sign.
Oh, so there's going to be two entrances then?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and before
That's
it was
what-
only one?
Originally,
Right.
there was only one,
There was
correct.
one, okay.
No.
So then now, he doesn't have to sprinkle each of the houses, right?
So the lots will be bigger. It's going from 97 to 64.
Mm-hmm.
67 lots, so the lots will be bigger.
Yeah. And then he doesn't have to sprinkle the houses because he has two entrances, right? That was another big consideration.
So that,
Yeah.
you know, the location there.
Okay.
There's the aerial view.
Okay.
So the City Code Charter 15, zoning section 15, which regulates PDDs, states that minor deviations could be approved by Planning and Zoning Director. Major deviations would go to Planning and Zoning Commission and then to Council for approval. Next. So even though the number of units is being decreased, it's more than 10%, and that's why we are coming to Council for approval.
Mm-hmm.
So the request addresses a unique parcel of land in a manner that is compatible with surrounding land uses, and the reduction of the number of housing units will also reduce the traffic burden on Evers Road. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval at their April 25th meeting.
Okay.
I do have Mr. Shahadi here, the developer, and his...
And so, yeah, I had a question because I think it's almost like a, what do you call it? It's getting late. But anyway, I appreciate you reducing it to 67 because I'm sure our citizens, you know, it's less impact, less noise, less traffic. So that's great. But you still want to retain the 94, and I don't understand that.
That's
if
an
you could
applicant
explain that.
question for
Yeah.
Mr. Shahadi or...
Because, yeah, okay. It's just like, what? All right. Thank you, Mr. Shahadi. Is there any questions so far from the council? Okay.
She's asking you a question.
Yeah.
Why do you want to retain the
Why do you want to reduce it, but yet you want to retain the right to build 94 just in case you change your mind again, or what?
Right. So,
I don't
so
understand.
first of all, may I just we put a few slides together.
Sure, go ahead.
That'll definitely explain it.
Just if you'll
Hopefully
address that,
provide
I'd
some
appreciate
background.
that. Doesn't
Absolutely.
matter when.
Well, good evening again.
Good evening, Mr. Shahadi.
I know
Yeah, I
it's
know.
late.
And in fact, in about 5 or 6 minutes, we're going to have to take a vote to extend the meeting.
Would you like to do it now?
Sure.
Okay.
I'll make
let's
a
do
motion that we extend the meeting until we feel like we've done the important agenda items.
Okay. And do I have a second? Okay, we have a motion by Counselor Stevens and a second by Mr. Hefner to extend the meeting past 10. And then all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. It's just part of our rules. I think I had enough ayes. So now they're eating donuts. Oh, y'all, that's horrible. But thank you, Sandra. I'm sure they appreciate the food. Yes, thank you. I'm
All
not
right,
going to
well,
eat any
it's a
because I'm
pleasure
trying
to
to
be here
lose
again.
weight.
And there you go.
Okay.
All right, so this will be quick.
Okay.
What we're here for is we've been working for the past while. We've been looking at evaluating a strategic partnership here in San Antonio, and we have done a lot of building in the past. We've done it in Raleigh, in North Carolina. We were evaluating having our own construction company here, and we thought we would be much better off to find another builder that is local, who has a lot of history in San Antonio, who's trusted, and who is like-minded. So effectively, we were lucky enough, honestly, to start conversations. It's not totally a done deal in terms of building the partnership and how it's going to go, but we're testing out certain concepts, right?
I know where you're going with this.
Yeah,
Okay, go
yeah.
ahead.
So we really wanna test a new partnership, and I will talk a little bit about how that's going. So is this working now?
No, you tell me next.
Okay, next please. All right, so what you will find is the application is under One Stop Group. First of all, this is not an application for a full-on PDD, right? We have the PDD already approved. We have the 94 lots. We also have all the standards and that were amended. So like this is basically touching on literally probably like maybe 3% of the application, right? But it's adding one more site plan. That's all we're asking for. We're not changing anything to the standards. We're not changing anything to, this will fully comply with whatever standards we already agreed to, right? Including retention pond, including all of that stuff. That
Well, the parks. You
and,
have
and the
pocket
park,
parks,
all,
yeah.
all of that stays, right? So effectively, our local company in Texas was established back in 2015. That's the one that has been operating in Texas. STS Partners, the one you've been hearing from all the time, is the parent company. And although it's registered in Texas, we are operating our business under One Stop Group. We have been for the past 8 years. So effectively, the ownership of actually both Post Road and Evers are under One Stop Group, right? So I just wanted to clarify who One Stop Group is. Same logo, same everything. All right, so so as we're going through, you know, some of the history on this particular tract, we basically started with apartments, right? And of course, that was not a good idea, although it was available to us by right. We thought, you know, we wanted to fit in. We always wanted to fit in, and it was an opportunity for us to go back and look at maybe a higher density in a different way. We came back. We were able to discuss a 94 lot site plan that worked out well for us. And as we looked at establishing and evaluating this partnership, would you mind just the next thing? We basically honed in on Texas Homes. I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with Texas Homes, but they're local builder, local San Antonio, been in business for a long time. So what I would like to do is I will be inviting Drake, maybe if you don't mind going to the next one. So effectively where we're at right now is we reached a point where we're discussing opportunities. And a very, very serious opportunity is a plan that will fit with one of their products, right? And one of the products that we're evaluating is a product as in certain models that require a wider lot and a deeper lot, which would make us go down from 94 lots to be able to accommodate this evaluation. Right now, an evaluation of this type is quite extensive because although a site plan may look like, you know, here are the lots, everything needs to be driven by what's underneath it and by the slopes and a whole bunch of engineering considerations, right? So, but in order for us to do this, we need to invest substantially more money to make sure that this particular plan will actually work and will be financially viable to build, right? So that is why all we're asking for is to add another site plan to the PDD to allow us to evaluate a lower density. That's all we're asking you guys for. It's very simple. So what I would like to do is I would like to, so here with us are Drake Thompson. Drake is the Chief Operating Officer of Texas Homes, and Jack Berlanga, he's Business Operations, works closely with Drake. I'm gonna have Drake maybe come up, just give you like a couple of minutes.
Here in San Antonio,
In San
correct?
Antonio.
Okay.
So I'm gonna
Thank
maybe
you.
Drake can just
Hi,
give us
Mr.
2
Thompson,
minutes.
come on up.
Awesome.
Can you tell us a little bit about the company and also give us, do you have examples of your work product in the area so we can go look?
I do.
Good, great, and welcome. We're glad
thank
you're here.
you. And I know it's late, so I will be
right.
brief, and you can ask me more questions
Sure.
if you want. Texas Homes has been building in San Antonio for around 20 years now. We've built literally over 7,000 homes throughout the greater San Antonio area in 20-plus communities. Myself and a couple of my partners purchased the business in 2014. Prior to that, we operated under McMillan Texas Homes, and we were owned by the McMillan family out of California. And when they decided to sell it, myself and my partners, we purchased the company and we rebranded to Texas Homes. We're all from here. We have around 40 employees that all live in San Antonio. We have deep roots here. And we're very excited about looking at an opportunity to build in Leon Valley. We've never built in Leon Valley. We've built throughout San Antonio and the surrounding areas. And when Mr. Shahadi presented this opportunity on a very unique piece of property in a desirable area where there's just not a lot of new homes. It was very attractive to us. And when we started evaluating it, and he had a site plan for 94 homes, we said, you know, that's a good concept, but we have a little bit different product in mind for that area, and we developed an alternative site plan, as he mentioned, because our product's slightly wider and slightly deeper, so we needed some larger lots. And that's the site plan that we have before you tonight. So,
Is it still an R6, quote unquote?
yes.
Okay. All right. And did you say where you have other subdivisions in Dare
yes,
County?
ma'am. We're actively building right now off of South Hausman in the Agave Trace neighborhood. We're building out on Petrenko Road and the enclave at Petrenko Oaks. You guys can look at our website, texashomes.com.
Okay.
We're building in Bernie on acreage. We build kind of a diverse product array from small garden homes all the way up to 1 acre estate lots.
Ah, 1 acre estate lots. Did you hear that, Mr. Stevens?
I don't know if that's inappropriate for this piece, and given Mr. Shahadi's needs for the property, I don't think we could put 10 lots on there.
No, but anyway, we have other property, but that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But we've built some higher density garden projects in Stone Oak, Northwest Military in 1604, the Presidio development. We developed garden type high density lots in there, are just a couple examples of this type of product.
And what is your range of prices? Because I know Mr. Shahadi had given us a price for the 96 homes or 97 homes.
You know, our target
homes.
is the mid 300s.
Okay. I think that was about the same. Okay. All right. All right. Very good. Thank you.
Yes,
I appreciate it. And I'll ask if there's any other questions from my council. Oh, you still have more?
Can we?
Okay.
Maybe I'll just finish the presentation. Happy to answer all your questions.
Sure. Go ahead.
Yes. So it's just that reiterating that this is an amendment to an already approved PDD. So, all right. So just really quickly, this is the initial zoning we got. You know, this was where we had.
That's where you started.
Apartment.
Yeah.
Yes. Would you mind next, please? Thank you. This was the apartments complex that we had initially thought we would be building when we were buying, and obviously the neighbors did not like this a whole bunch, and council didn't like it. So then we stepped back to 94 lots. Next, please. So the 94 lots, that's the plan that you have seen. I wanted to revisit it briefly because that entrance opposes Forest Leaf. It's like exactly opposite to Forest Leaf. The only problem is there's a big, massive metal electrical pole right there in the middle of it. So it's not going to work. As such, we had an opportunity to relook at a new plan, because we would have to come back here anyways. The only thing is we would not need probably to be in front of you, because all we'll be doing is just moving it down a little bit, so it'd be a minor change to the plan. But still, the Planning and Zoning Commission would likely have to take a look at it. But in this particular case, as we looked at more thorough evaluation, would you mind next one, please? We, as Drake mentioned and as I mentioned, thank you. We're in a position now where we're evaluating the second plan and spending money on it. But we don't want to continue spending money on the evaluation of another plan if the city is not okay with it. So we thought we'd just go ahead of the curve a little bit and ask for your guidance and your blessings to be able to move ahead and continue investing.
Well, Mr. Shahadi, my next question is, how is this impacting the tree variance?
Well, we're gonna get there.
You know,
for sure.
you are going to cut down a lot more trees. Maybe we don't have to cut down as many trees.
Well, it's but maybe, but
maybe.
Yeah, like our commitment is to keep our promise on the trees. There's nothing will change there. With the 3 trees that we have agreed to, and I will talk about the trees here in a second.
Okay.
I promise you that, because we have new findings.
10 minutes?
10 minutes?
Yeah,
10 minutes,
okay.
okay, let's do this quick. I tend to go over time.
Well, I
Yes.
think she said you're already at 10
He's
minutes.
already done,
So-
and it's basically just an amendment to the original PDD. He's going through this whole thing, and it's just an
Right.
amendment to the original PDD. He's reducing the number of homes and adding another entrance.
And this is not, we don't vote on it. This is a first
This
read.
is a first
But
read.
I do need to hear from the public. So let me open up the public hearing if
So we're
you
done?
don't mind.
We're good? Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
Okay. It is now 10:07. Is there anyone in our chambers that would like to address the council? Mr. Garcia, would you like to address the council on this proposed amendment to the PDD? And he's a resident in the area. Good evening and welcome. Good to see you.
Rudy Garcia. I live at 6819 Evening Sun. My property backs into the proposed area here. And I wasn't able to attend the last meeting that y'all had approving the plan, but what I heard was that there's going to be a gate in that alleyway, and there's a lot of neighbors that have back gates where they bring stuff into their lawns and move back and forth. If there's a gate in there, my question is, are we going to have access to that, or how is that going to work? Because the concern with the neighbors is they won't be able to get into their backyard anymore, which they currently, a lot of them use it regularly and some don't, but most everybody has a gate in the back. So is that going to be
Well, let's see. It's their property. It's been, right? I mean, y'all are buying it, or you
Yes,
bought
so,
it. Yeah.
There's no concern there.
Oh,
So
okay.
effectively, your backyard opens on an easement,
Okay.
the CPS easement, right? So basically, we're dedicating that easement to the city.
Okay.
As a park, right? The whole thing. So so effectively, what will happen? That 40 feet stays wide open.
Okay, so
That-
there's
that's-
no gate in the back?
Well, your gate in the back will be.
No,
would-
I mean from Everest.
Blocking it off of
No, 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 no.
Blocking
Yeah,
the
no, we would not. No, we would not. No, absolutely not. Because that needs also, there was a concern with wildlife. And, you know, that the planning, yeah. So we'll also allow a corridor for movement and also for pedestrians and cyclists to be able to
Right.
get from that area all the way down through there. So, so does that
There's
answer your question?
No issue there. Okay,
yeah.
great. Thank
Great.
you.
Okay.
Okay. As part of the plan itself, myself and most of my neighbors, we support the idea of this plan because what right now, under current conditions, people use that property as a dump site. You know, you're always seeing trucks going in there and dumping all their garbage. There was saw a lady in there a couple of weeks ago. She drove and she got out of her car with a trash bag. I think she was dumping some animal or something that had died
gosh.
in the
sorry.
woods there. And you know, people think nobody's close to that area and that it's free to dump stuff. And you know, so that's one of the reasons that we all support it. And of course, by having those properties there, it's going to improve and upgrade our values for our properties and so forth. And it's going to be helpful to that extent, you know.
You bet.
So we're in support of it.
Thank you for those
with
comments.
you.
Do appreciate
Okay, thank
it. All right. Anyone else like to address the council on this PDD amendment? Okay. Seeing no one, then I'll close the public hearing at 10:11 p.m. on May the 2nd. And again, there's no action.
Is this a consent agenda item?
Yeah, I'd like to have it put on the consent agenda.
Consent agenda, there you
Without
go.
objection.
We'll do that. Thank you. Consent. And that would be on the May 16th. Okay, very good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Shahadi. Do appreciate it. And we look forward to working with Texas Homes. So thank you so much. Really appreciate it. All right. And thank you for your patience. We just had a lot on our plate this evening. You just happened to, you know, draw the black egg. No, I'm just saying, you know, late. Usually we've been getting out pretty early too. So anyway, but we're so glad you're here. Okay, let's move then back up to, let's see, it's 7.3, presentation, discussion, and possible action on a request to waive fees for an amendment to the Plan Development District 2022-31, and we have Ms. Teague here, our Planning and Zoning Director, to present. Good evening.
Thank you. So it's the same property, excuse me, and a better word instead of waive is to reduce fees, because in our ordinance it says for a new PDD it's $5,000. And so after Melinda and I went through this, and can you go to the next right here. So we went through it, and so we came to the conclusion that reducing the fees instead of waiving the fees to $1,000 would cover the cost for staff, publication, mailings, and anything else that would need to be done for this project. So that's pretty much what this presentation is.
Okay.
And Planning and Zoning did recommend approval at their last meeting as well.
All right. So I guess my question is, if it was 5,000, we can get by with 1,000. What's the?
5,000 is for a brand new PDD.
Like reviewing
Okay,
the
and
whole
this is
project.
an amendment.
Review
This
everything.
is amendment, so that's why you recommend the
Yes, ma'am, because
reduction.
it's
Great.
just adding
Thank you, because there's
another
more
option.
time when you originally start out.
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Thank you for that.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve as written.
All right.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilor Hefner and a second by Councilor Roscoe to approve agenda item 7.3 regarding the reduction of the fees in the amendment to the Planned Development District 2022-31. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you again. Do appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Shahadi. We'll see you soon. All righty. Great. All right, so now we have Mr. Salinas here, and agenda 5, 6, and 7 are all economic development issues.
Number 8 as well.
I'm sorry? I'm sorry?
Number 8.
Oh, yeah, I meant, yeah, 8's the first read. I meant this is where we're giving the funds, yeah, and that one's just changing the location of the bar. Okay, agenda item number 5, 7.5, presentation, discussion, and possible action to expend economic and community development funds in the amount not to exceed $72.50 from economic and community development funds to modernize SA City Barbershop with new capital equipment and to hire new barbers. And we have Roque Salinas, our Director of Economic Development, here to present. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Council. So we're going to kind of go through this pretty quickly. I have the business owner here as well.
Okay.
So the
Good
barbershop, as read by the mayor, is seeking $7,250 to modernize the location. This will be new capital equipment to hire new barbers. And it will also be used to the purchase of a new exterior sign for the business. The options here are to approve, to deny, and we want to point out that this grant was received prior to the change that we made on April the 4th. So this is why we're going through this process, the process that they went through. SA City Barbershop has been in Leon Valley since 2017. They have remained here during COVID. They look to remain in Leon Valley and signed a 3-year lease through 2026. And the business has secured has a secured credit limit from a private financial institution for the requested amount. Items that the barbershop is looking for modernization would be barber chairs, barber mats, barber pole that would go outside, and then the one thing that I don't have on here is the actual exterior sign, because these are just examples and I don't have an actual sign of what he would want, but it would just be a marquee sign on the property there. He has received permission from the property owner. He is on Wurzbach, and he has permission to put up a marquee sign outside of his business to attract traffic into his area. It is part of our strategic goals to recruit and retain businesses in our city. The EDC, this one did go through the EDC Advisory Committee just because, again, as stated, it was received prior to the change. It was approved 4-0 on April 24th, and it is at the council's discretion. Again, I have Mr. Gutierrez as the owner of the business in case you want to answer any questions.
I'm sorry, what was his name?
Mr. Gutierrez, James
Gutierrez.
Yes.
Okay. Hi, Mr. Gutierrez. How are you? Okay, welcome. Do any of the council members have a question for Mr. Gutierrez or Mr. Salinas? Yes, Mr. Stevens.
I just have a general question. I think, so there's, and this is not about your business specifically, but I see these 3 agenda items for all 3 of these applications were before the new process. And is there more applications that are kind of like outstanding?
No.
Okay, cool.
Yes, Mr. Martinez.
Mrs. Chason gave me a letter to read, and this goes for all 3 items.
Okay. Yeah.
Want me to read it now?
Yes, please go ahead and read it.
I hate to put my cheaters on, but good evening again, Mayor and Council. I'm not sure how to begin, but my concern is how the city chooses to give away thousands of dollars to bolster up existing businesses. As a former business owner, I knew that in order to make my business profitable, I had to reinvest in that business. I never went before the council asking for monies for upgrades in equipment, hiring of staff, amenities, etc. To me, this is ludicrous. This week, the council is to consider approving $26,571 total for 3 of our businesses. Last week, the city gave $10,000 to one business alone. What happened to work hard and sacrifice in reinvesting? Of my many degrees I have, the one that helped me most was an MRS degree in economics. In-depth preparation for writing a master's thesis educated me, and nowhere did it state that throwing monies at an existing business made that business have longevity. I know that several respected members of this community disagree with me, but more appropriate would be a tax break, low interest loan, but payable back to our city. That would be pride in ownership, an old concept, but one that I hold dear. Enhancing a business bottom line for more output of product, enhancement of living space, and profit, to me, is not the way I want my taxpayer dollars to be spent. I would ask this council to reconsider its practices of giving away tax dollars to businesses for things that I feel it is their responsibility. Respectfully, Tina Chason.
Okay. Thank you. It's so noted. All right. Any other questions from either our chambers? Yes. Mr. Mata, please come forward.
Eric Mata, Canterfield. I'm not trying to pick a fight with my dear friend Tina Chason, but I found that letter fairly ironic in light of the fact that she was so supportive of Cha-Cha's New Generation Cafe and the situation they find themselves in. Pretty clear to me as a taxpayer, they definitely benefit from a lot of subsidies that the city has set up with that location. So it's funny, they're getting plenty of help there, and you guys have been more than generous with them, and she's advocated for that, but yet she seems to have a problem with this barbershop or them receiving EDC funds. So that's just something I wanted to point out in case you guys were thinking of adopting any of that sentiments.
Okay, thank you. All right. Yes.
Just to reiterate what Mr. Mata just said, it's just nothing against the barbershop. It's just all 3 lumped together as a principle, and nothing to do with you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Stevens.
Yeah, I actually read, it's interesting because we're selectively choosing to read letters. There is a lot of irony between the 2 citizens to be heard letters from the same citizen. Just because there's a lot of opportunity costs that we're foregoing for years with multiple chances to a single business that has good margaritas, and then when 3 businesses come up and they want help, like we've given to pretty much any business that seeks it, that we see a valid reason to give it, and we're in opposition to. So I strongly support you. I hope, I wish the best for you guys. Can you describe exactly which, you're in one of the strip centers. Which one are you in?
I'm in Sunset Plaza.
Okay.
Cool. Sunset Plaza.
Right next to Saudi.
Is that where Sorry, right? Okay, yeah.
The mother and father are the ones I rent from. They own the salon, they own the liquor store, they own Saudi, and so it's all.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
cool. Nice.
Very good.
And the kids can go play when they're getting their haircut?
Yeah, it's all right there.
Yeah, cool.
All right, great. Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. Okay, so what's the pleasure of the council on this agenda item?
I'll make a motion to approve as written.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Counselor Orozco and a second by, Counselor Hefner and a second by Counselor Orozco to approve agenda item 7.5 as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Moving then to agenda 7.6, presentation, discussion, and possible action to expend economic and community development funds in the amount not to exceed $9,321 from economic and community development funds to modernize the Smash Dance Academy. The grant will purchase outdoor features to create a more welcoming environment, 3M film tint for the windows at the location to reduce the heat inside, and to purchase and install soundproof wall panels to reduce noise escaping into the neighboring businesses. Mr. Salinas, if you'll continue, please. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So yes, as the mayor said, that is what the grant will be used for. I'm sorry. Smash Dance has actually been in business in Leon Valley since 2012. They offer dance classes for a variety of people of all ages. They're looking to remain in Leon Valley. They extended their lease through 2027. They're behind the Firestone. Does that make sense? There's where are you located?
Yes, kind of.
Behind the Dairy Queen Taco Bell area. They actually own 3 leases, so the building is 4 separate buildings, suites. They own suite 1, 2, and 4. So the reason for the sound paneling is to have paneling in the middle between number 2 and number 4 so that the sound does not escape into the third business and the tenant. So they want to be good neighbors on that front. The business has secured has a credit limit to cover the amount requested. So these are the sound panelings that you'll see here. You'll see these in all major kind of anywhere like a music room, a school auditorium, things like that. It does significantly reduce the sound. And then the other thing would be the exterior 3M film. This will go into, you can see the difference right here. This is just an example. And then finally, they want to put outside picnic tables, some green landscaping, some turf to make it a little bit more eye appealing for the people that are outside as well. And that is what their grant is for. Again, as part of our strategic goal to recruit and retain businesses in the city. This went to the EDC board. It was recommended 4-0 on April 24th, and it is at the council discretion.
Okay, may we meet the owner, please, of Smash. Good evening and welcome. And what is your name? I know it's on the application, but...
Sorry, Lisa Valdez.
Lisa Valdez, that's right. Good evening and welcome, and thank you for your patience in the lateness of the hour. Do appreciate it. Any questions for Ms. Valdez or Mr. Salinas? Yes, Mr. Martinez.
I like the idea of outside picnic tables and stuff, but have you got the property owner's permission to do that? Because we had the same thing happen at Long Tab Brewery. We approved putting picnic tables and creating an outside area, but then they had problems because it took away parking, and they had to take it all out. So do you have owner permission to do that?
Yes, I have permission, and what I'm mostly doing is putting green turf because right now there's rocks there. And the kids, we have over 200 kids that take classes with us, and the little kids like to grab the rocks and throw them everywhere. And then the landscapers, when they're trying to clean up, I've already had a few times that those rocks are broke and shattered my windows. So the green turf will just be safer for the kids and save my windows.
Thanks. That sounds like a good idea.
Mm-hmm. And Ms. Valdez, if you're the same Smash, I think you've got a very good community heart, and you do a lot of food for the homeless.
Yes,
and
we do.
Outreach, and I wanted to thank you for that.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
So, not every business does both. Make money plus give back. So, thank you for that.
I just got a question. I'm in favor of this, but what's the businesses between your business?
It's the vape shop.
What is
The vape shop. They were there before me.
So,
the vape shop.
So you can dance and smoke at the same time.
It's not, yeah, they were there before me. So I got the first spot, and then I went the other spot on the other side of them. So I sort of sandwiched them a little bit. So they're getting my music from both ends.
Have you got any complaints?
No, they actually, I mean, I bring a lot of traffic. We have over 300 members and students. So a lot of the parents will still go in there and things like that. So they don't give me complaint, but I've been in there. They're very nice owners. And, I'm very grateful they haven't complained, but I do hear the music.
Okay,
Yes.
and I'd like to make a motion to approve 7.6.
All right. We have a motion by Councilor Roscoe and a second by Councilor Martinez to approve agenda item 7.6 as presented.
Mayor, I'm sorry, point of information. I need to abstain from this vote as Ms. Valdez was a previous customer of one of my businesses.
Okay, all right. So thank you for that. So we'll go ahead and take the vote on 7.6 with the abstention of Councilor Hefner. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry 4 ayes and 1 abstention. Thank you, Mr. Hefner. Moving then to agenda item 7.7, presentation, discussion, and possible action. Thanks, Ms. Valdez. I wanted to say thank you. On possible action to expend economic and community development funds in the amount not to exceed $10,000 from economic and community development funds to modernize the WOT Auto Spa. The grant will purchase updated fixtures, new signage, a new floor plan for better workstations, fresh paint, and to market the shop. And Mr. Salinas, if you'll continue with this agenda item. Thank you.
Yes, again, as the mayor described, this is what the grant will be used for. We have the same options here. The WOT Auto Spa has been in Leon Valley since 2018. They have signed a 1-year extension through the end of 2023. The reason they're in the Timco area, right next to Long Tab. So they've done a 1-year extension. The business does provide sales tax revenue to the city, and the business has secured a credit limit from a private financial institution for the requested amount. The lighting that Mr. Smith is wanting to receive look like this. He does car service, so the lighting would be like this. Obviously, these are just pictures I downloaded from online. And then he has extensive plans to do different renovations to the interior of the building, which will be a fresh coat of paint, kind of a new workstation layout, potential new marketing campaigns to market the shop outside the city, and new signage as well. But Mr. Smith is also here. It is part of our strategic goals to recruit and retain businesses. And Mr. Smith is here also to answer any questions that you all may have. I'm sorry, before I continue, this also went to the EDC board last week. It was approved 4-0, and it is at the council discretion.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Smith, and welcome, and thank you again for your patience in the lateness of the hour. Is there anything you'd like to add to the presentation from Mr. Salinas?
Not really. I mean, it's pretty straightforward.
Right. Very good. Any questions from the council? Okay, yes, Mr. Bradshaw.
What is WOT?
Wide open throttle.
Wide open what?
I should know that. Okay.
Wide open throttle.
Wide open throttle. You know what that is,
Like
Mayor?
an old school drag strip.
Okay, maybe it's the lateness in the hour. Okay, wide open throttle. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Means you're going really fast.
Okay, no, when I first saw the word spa, I thought, oh, a spa, and then I read more of it, and I'm like, auto,
Go get your nails done, Mayor.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a spa day for your vehicle.
There you go, spa day for your vehicle. Very, very clever. Yes, okay, so gotcha. All right, so what's the pleasure of the council?
I'll make a motion we adopt as written.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Councilor Hefner and a second by Councilor Bradshaw to approve 7.7 as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we appreciate you being here. All right, moving then to agenda 7.8, and we do have a public hearing on this agenda item. Presentation, discussion, and public hearing to consider approving a request on a non-specified use request to allow the use bar in the O1 office with a specific use permit, and in the B1 small business, B2 retail, B3 commercial, and I1 industrial zoning districts without a specific use permit, SUP, to allow the use entertainment-indoor in the B2 and B3 zoning districts without an SUP, and the use entertainment outdoor to be allowed in the B2 and B3 zoning districts without an SUP. This is our first read, so we will not have a vote tonight, but we will have the presentation and discussion.
Yes,
Mr.
Mayor.
Salinas, if you'll continue, please.
Yes, ma'am. So again, I'm going to go ahead and show you a better visual of what the mayor just read. In my journey through the Leon Valley businesses, we have received some feedback from the property owners and the property managers at these large retail shops that they're having a hard time recruiting businesses due to the restrictions on certain businesses in our city. So they've collectively, and we have in the packet, I think, 4 letters to be heard from these property owners, and it just kind of shows their desire to have this changed. So I'm going to show you pretty much what you just read. So our current proposals here on the left, you can see that the term bar is not allowed in B1s, which would be a building under 4,000 square feet. B2s, which is our large industrial retail spaces like Bandera Crossing and all the other ones. B3s are allowed with a specific use permit. That means they would have to go through the process of going through the Planning and Zoning Committee. And industrial, they have the same requirement as there. Indoor entertainment are not allowed in O1s, which is industrial office space. They're not allowed in, or there are special use permits throughout B1, B2, and B3, and they are permitted in the industrial areas. Outdoor entertainments are special use permits in B1, B2, and B3, and are not allowed in the industrial areas. What we're proposing is to change some of these ordinances to allow these businesses to come in or to remove the specific use permit process to allow them to become a little bit easier to come into our city. Again, this is speaking to multiple property managers and owners of these large retail spaces that do not have a hard time recruiting some of these businesses in. I want to take you through a process. This is a real example that I received. We have it's kind of small here, but we have a property owner on Warsbach Avenue, on Evers, I'm sorry, and they wanted to have a gender reveal / baby shower event center in their large retail area. That is an indoor entertainment area. That is a specific use permit. I received the email April 15th. They would need to go to the Planning and Zoning, which would take place May 23rd. They would have to come to the council May 30th for a first read and then come back to a second read on June 13th under the current process. By the time I explained this to this individual, 2 days later, that business did not want to continue. They've lost that business. We did not have an opportunity. They were not even interested in doing that entire process because that is 2 months of them going through a process that that does not include fire, that does not include building, that does not include any other inspections that they have to go through. So this is what the property owners are telling me, that we are losing these valuable businesses and diverse businesses in these large retail spaces. And it's really the large retail B2 spaces that we need to address. In doing some economic research, we took a sample area, or I took a sample area. These are all, this area in red is the zip codes around the city of Leon Valley, any zip code that touches it. We are going to look at 23, 25, 24, 251, and 229. This is the sample retail outlook demand. In this area, we have 229,000 people. Average age is 34 years old. Average income, median income is 62,000. Consumer spending on alcohol is $50 million. If we fast forward to 2027, the population doesn't change much. It doesn't get much older. The income does increase to 70,000, and the consumer spending forecast is up to $58 million. This is the total between these 5 zip codes that touch Leon Valley. These are TABC totals that were received last year in actual sales. We had $12,222,854 in alcohol sales in this area. Leon Valley was only contributing $336,000 of that. This is what you call economic leakage. These are your residents that are going out and drinking outside the businesses or drinking outside your city, coming back in and leaving the money out. This is something that is Also addressed in your master plan, where you have the retail spaces are not meeting the certain potential that they can. And this just kind of shows, this was last year, and this is just the area around us.
Okay.
These are the 30 largest businesses in the area that sell alcohol. You can see that they make $7 million. The only two we have here are Bandera Bowl and Wing Daddies.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hefner has asked to speak.
Sure.
Yeah, so hate to interrupt you. Great presentation. You know, all the information's in the packet. My question is less about the bar element and more about the indoor and outdoor entertainment.
Sure.
Thinking back to what this council has considered in the past, some of the challenges that we face specifically with the San Antonio Aquarium, would this type of change have mitigated many of the challenges that we faced with the aquarium? And that may be for Dr. Caldera, because you may not have been here at the time.
So there's a couple of, one, I want to support the Economic Development Director and his analysis and bringing forth a change that could help economic development. At the same time, after he was done with his presentation, I'm going to express some concerns to you. And the reason that we have SUPs for outdoor and indoor entertainment, all of your businesses in B2 and industrial everywhere abuts a neighborhood of some sort. When Wing Daddies first started, we got tons of complaints from the neighborhood, and they've adjusted their business model in order to accommodate that. The same thing with the aquarium and anything else that has an outdoor type of entertainment. You impede on your neighboring surrounds. Bars go till 2 o'clock in the morning or 1:30 in the morning and all of those things. And so it wouldn't have mitigated the aquarium so much. The aquarium had other issues.
More compliance
issues. There was more compliance issues than outdoor entertainment.
Okay.
But when you're looking at Long Tab or El Monte Barbecue, they had to come for an SUP in order to get the outdoor entertainment outside of El Monte and do the picnic tables on the outside. They abut us. They don't really abut a residential, but they still had to come for an SUP. But you have businesses like Bandera Heights, and some of those, they abut neighborhoods, and people go smoke behind bars. You get people in the back of alleyways. Sometimes bars don't have certain security, so that's going to impact your call volume on your police. So there's just some other things to consider when you're looking at removing SUPs. SUPs provide the business to come up with a business plan, to provide some strategic and gives the council the ability to say yay or nay in certain areas. However, Roca's analysis on the leakage in this area is a very appropriate thing to address and give y'all the ability to address that.
Is it possible for us to consider a piecemeal approach, right? So like, I like the approach to indoor entertainment. I like the approach to bar. I'm looking at, that
Sorry,
slide.
trying to get there.
Yeah, no, that's good. But the understanding the concerns about outdoor entertainment affecting potentially the neighborhoods, can we do something where we like leave bar and entertainment indoor unchanged and then maybe consider how we handle entertainment outdoor? Like whether we want to.
You can do whatever you can change the
it's
permitting whatever way you want to. It's kind of one of those things. If you want an SUP required for all the outdoor entertainment and not just regularly permitted for B2, B3, leave bars permitted in all of those 4 categories, you can certainly do that. You can leave indoor entertainment. So, you have indoor entertainment like venues, and then you have a bar.
Yeah.
And
a bar is the distinguishing, like 51% of revenue comes, right? Yes. Same like concealed carry notice that they have to publish and everything like that. Yeah. And actually, as I'm looking at the proposal, I had thought that we had been permissive in B1, which I think it'd be more impactful to residents, but we retain the SUP there with B1. I would be fine with this proposal in B2 and B3 for outdoor entertainment. Yeah, so I would recommend supporting it as written.
Mr. Stevens.
So I have a couple of comments and questions. Were you done with your presentation, by the way?
Okay.
Oh, actually, go ahead and finish. And then.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's
Thank
more
you.
numbers on supporting.
Again, it's more numbers on the leakage. And then I was basically done. But yes, there is, we are having these prime retail spaces are not being utilized. I do have 5 letters that the retail managers and owners have submitted. If you all want to read them aloud, they would want to be heard as well. I think that would be very important. You're talking about large entities here that own a lot of property that are having a hard time reducing and expanding in that. So if you want to read that for the record, that's great. If not, then you can read it on your own. But we did have 5 requests, 5 letters, and I have 1 letter from a potential business owner who wants to expand into the area, who it's a putt-putt in San Marcos, and they want to bring a large entertainment center that would consider drinking and outdoor putt-putt and music and things like that. So it would be an attraction for the area here, and that this is something that they strongly support. So again, it's not my personal opinion, but there is leakage here. It was addressed in your 27 master plan, and it would be addressed again when we do the study next year, if we do it.
All right, thank you. Mr. Stevens and then Mr. Bradshaw.
Yeah, so first of all, thank you for this. I think I'm so pleased with just everything about the way that you've carried yourself in just like your brief few months here. I know you're out and about in the community quite frequently, and I think we've seen improvement. We've also, I mean, just this presentation is something that we have not gotten prior to you at all. And so I'm very grateful for it. I think you bring up a lot of good points that, frankly, we probably need to address in some form or fashion. I was curious about the alcohol. So a lot of the examples that Dr. Caldar gave were related to alcohol consumption outside. Doesn't this council have to approve a TABC license at a facility?
No, ma'am. No, sir. Sorry. Saunders certifies that we're not a wet. You already passed the TABC licensing requirements. You've already done that. Now, we do know that a lot of our alcohol sales are going to San Antonio until people come in to file for their TABC. We have like Henry's Puppy Tacos and some of those monies going to the wrong place, and so we're in the process of getting that fixed. But y'all just adopted 4 months ago, the TABC requirements. Y'all don't approve the TABC license. Y'all approve whether or not we're a wet or dry city, which y'all have already approved that we're a wet city. We evaluate.
So the reason that we did Cha-Cha's was just because it's our property? Or?
Correct. So Cha-Cha's
Okay.
because it was within so many feet of a park. And
Okay,
because
I see.
we had to do an SUP to sell. They have outdoor seating outside, patio seating outside.
Right.
And so there were some requirements for Cha-Cha's.
Yeah, so my opinion is entertainment indoor, we should definitely, that completely fine. Bar, I mean, maybe we need to categorize these. Bar, indoor, I think it should be just smooth sailing. Bar, and this is my opinion, I'm kind of changing what is here. I think maybe we add another classification for like somehow a place that allows consumption of alcohol outside, whether it's on the patio or and I know you can't, like, it's not like you could drink outside of the border of the facility because of the TABC, but like if they allow any type of consumption, maybe smoking also, because I could see an issue in a neighborhood if you have like smoking and drinking like on the patio.
My big concern would be, and we've gotten the request in the past for, I think it was the previous Gold's Gym was like almost like a nightclub situation, and so under these circumstances, a nightclub could enter into Gold's Gym, and y'all would, I mean, it would be permitted. We would just go through that process, and they would be there. And I would tell you that more often than not, those residents behind that, if they complained about the noise from the aquarium, they're probably going to complain about the noise from a nightclub. And so you just have to make sure you think about all possible uses.
Do you mean, is that like Planet Fitness now, or Gold's Gym?
No, the old one
Gold's Gym, where the
on
Rita's,
Bandera Road, but where
where the
Rita's
old
is,
Rita's-
that
Next
shopping
to
center in
Wing
the corner.
Daddy's.
Yeah.
So that's
right there.
been, so what?
It's a large scale facility, but you could also get a putt-putt situation.
So one of the property managers actually wrote a letter. He has told me he's had rejected multiple billiard places because it's considered indoor entertainment, and he does not want to go through that place. So he could have had a Fast Eddie's in there, which is drinking and billiards. Fast Eddie's is now on Culebra, just down the road.
So what if we added again, this is like a little bit out of the box maybe. What if we added a category of a special category where you had to get an SUP if you allowed alcohol and you had a maximum occupancy of like greater than 125 or something like that?
You could certainly do something like that. We'd have to change the ordinance a little bit.
I mean, I think that might be the most logical thing. Is there other concerns? Like, what other concerns?
I mean, I'm just going, again, this is, when we had this conversation, like, you don't allow tattoo part. Like, there's reasons that certain businesses haven't been allowed in the course of the history of Leon Valley for various reasons. And a lot of that had to do with the community what the community wanted to gather from businesses. So like your sustainability overlay and all of those requirements were set up to keep certain types of businesses out, to help keep call volume down, to help keep the neighborhoods happy. All of those things were done. But what I'm hearing from this particular council is we're not being business friendly, we're losing businesses, we're this and that. And so I've tasked Roca with taking a look at variations of what's impeding, but asking property owners, you know, what's keeping you from renting out these facilities? This is one of those items, right? They could have rent to people that want to do
Well, he has
bar,
5
indoor
really good
entertainment.
letters that, honestly, if we weren't at 11 p.m., it would be probably very valuable to read
Well,
them.
and again, this is just a first read. I just want y'all to be, I mean, there's probably, what I don't want to happen is y'all pass this because all of these numbers look great, and then we get a business in there, and then we get a cry from the budding neighborhood, and that wasn't expressed to the council. I want you to know that, yes, these are great things that can help economic development, but some of these properties do abut residential homes, and you could in the future have issues, especially if you don't have SUPs attached to it. One of the reasons we have SUPs attached to it is because you get the ability to critique each of those types of businesses going into those facilities. So I just wanted you to be aware of all of that, and some of the comments that have
Can
come
we
up
just
before.
add if it abuts on a neighborhood that
All
we
of
have
them
to do?
abut a neighborhood.
All of them?
Neighborhood some way.
Okay, never mind.
See, but there's
Yeah.
a difference, like, and that's why I think we may need to add more categories. You have this business that ditched on Evers Road that's like going to probably have like 30 women inside for a baby shower, and they booked it out because they didn't want to deal with the.
Well, 'cause
and it's
so-
honestly, I get it. It's like a 3-month process plus a lot of money. Plus you're probably paying for a lease to go through this.
So we've had where we've allowed ballrooms in the city of Leon Valley. You had 3
Yeah.
separate issues with that's a venue. So the baby shower is an event that could happen at that venue, but they're essentially a venue, kind of like what the community and conference center is, right? But they're allowed to have any types of events there: wedding receptions, baby showers, 40th birthday
Yeah,
party. They can
quinceañeras.
have any event in there. We've had Jello wrestling. We've had the monster trucks at the Seneca Plaza when that was a venue. That's why
Right.
indoor
Over
venues,
there.
we attached the SUP to that because we did have a ballroom type business.
You had
that
hundreds of
cost-
people, so that's why I think maybe the capacity, find a
Right, so.
good number in there.
We had people, so then that became a concern because it was at where the, farmer's market, the one at Seneca Plaza, that was a venue type place for a little bit, where they rented out the facility for like wedding receptions and things of that nature, and then they rented out to like a car club or something, and then it went bad. And so we added SUPs for venue type businesses. And so again, it's just something for you to consider. Yes, the baby shower is a subdued type of reception, but you could have other types of events in that location is what I'm trying to get at. So if you're going to add caveats with maximum capacities per square footage, you can certainly consider that,
I would like to see something like that. I don't know about I have no idea what square, how to do some math like that, but having maximum capacity, I could see how that would alleviate a lot of these issues with the,
I just want y'all to
hundreds of
be
people.
aware of the situation. I'm not saying that this isn't a good plan necessarily and that it won't.
I mean, from what I take from, and this is why I really appreciate it, like the median age of the 200,000 people that he showed us is 34 years old. Like in what around here is geared towards 34 years old? Like that's the dead middle. And obviously there's going to be kids all the way up, but I think we need to take a step in the right direction and somehow ease up some of these. So that's my opinion.
All right. Mr. Bradshaw and then Mr. Martinez.
Yeah, could you go back a slide or, okay, where you had all the list of businesses, showing the leakage? No, there's another one.
It was Wing Daddies.
This
and-
one,
Yeah.
yeah, this one.
So these are not, I just want to point out something before I continue. While these are selling alcohol, they're not all bars. You're going to see on here a Texas Roadhouse, a Chili's, that these are, again, restaurants that sell alcohol, and they're considered restaurants.
Right, so
Okay.
my question, I had a couple questions, but one, how did you gather all this information?
This is TABC information, so you can go to TABC and pull this information down. I use then Google to find out. You can go by zip code. It's a giant pivot table. A lot of it, I have it in the back end. It's really complicated. But and then I use Google to map them all and do the red line. You can see Leon Valley's right there. So again,
Perfect. So anyways, I really appreciate the information and the research that you've done.
Yep.
As Councilor Stevens says, great job. It's surprising to me to see Pericos, if you guys have been there, the restaurant.
Very
Mexican
top,
restaurant.
yeah.
$600,000.
In alcohol.
It's more than a lot of them. And that's probably right. And just, oh yeah, Josh knows it. So how much of that is yours?
And you can see Pockets. Pockets is literally outside of jurisdiction. They're number 2 at 580.
Pockets Billiards, yeah. And that one's, I've been there as well. So it's, that one's more, I don't know, I guess more believable because it's
okay.
busy.
Yeah,
but
interesting stuff.
It is
Very good.
interesting.
Mr. Martinez.
If you go back to the slide with the proposed. Okay. I would be in favor of the proposed with the change, making indoor entertainment permitted in B1. I can't see why we'd need an SUP for that. Outdoor entertainment, definitely.
Okay. This is just a first read, but I do have a public hearing, so let me go ahead and open that public hearing at 10:53. Is there anyone in our chambers that's left that would like to address this issue? Please come forward. Ms. Martinez? Nope. Okay, come on up. You don't have to. They were pointing at you, so.
Don't let him go, dude.
Thank you, and good evening, and welcome.
Thank you. I don't know if I can speak on this. This is Pat Martinez, Seneca. I'm on the Planning and Zoning Committee, and we voted in favor of all 3 of these. Just so you know.
Okay, but then also, did y'all, and y'all approved this one as well?
It was approved as proposed.
As proposed, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, there's 3, okay.
Yes, each one.
Gotcha.
Okay.
The chair saw that there was some back and forth on it, so she separated them out. But they all went
actually voted on each one separately.
Okay, I see. When you were saying the 3, that's what was getting me confused. Okay. Plus it's getting
Thank
late.
you.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. So any other comments from the chambers? Well, then I'll close the public hearing at 10:54 p.m. on May the 2nd. Is there any other questions or comments before we move? Mr. Martinez was saying remove the SUP on B1, on entertainment indoor. I don't know how other counselors feel about it, but go ahead, Mr. Hefner.
Yeah, can you give us an example of a B1 property? Like
Indoor, I
it's
guess that would be the
4,000 square
billiards,
feet or less?
Yeah, so we are actually a B1 property. So it would be a property that's probably on one plot of land that is used for retail. It's a small business.
Small business.
It's not
So
attached like
it's typically more common, I would think, for a B1 zoned property to be closer to a residential area rather than a B2 or B3.
Yes.
B2, B3 are going to be like a big strip center.
Yes,
Right.
your B2 are going to be your big strip
Yeah.
centers, and your B3 are commercial, industrial kind of areas, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I would, given that planning and zoning approved this as is, I would have concerns about opening this up to B1. Maybe it's an incremental approach and you do this and then see how it goes for 6 months and potentially open it up. But I think that what I'm hearing you say is the concern from our business community is primarily on the inability to rent out to desirable businesses in open space, right?
It's in
and
the
that's
B2.
typically
It's in the
B2,
B2 and the B3 area. That is what all the letters you received are from B2 individuals and property managers.
So
yes.
we're not seeing like excessive vacancy in B1.
Well, you can see we don't have a lot of B1 in our area just because it has to be a small business on a standalone area, so it's not really something that we have a lot of. But if someone were to have a plot of land, an acre, off of Posh Road or next to Bandura Boy, and they want to make that into a small hole in the wall, they are not allowed to do that. That would be a B1. They would have to come in here, either reclassify it or ask for permission to do into.
But
B2.
that's not a problem we face today.
Not a problem we face today. No.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Stevens.
So the definition of bar is that 51% or more?
Yes, that's
Okay.
51% or more. Yes.
So I would be completely fine with this with I mean, honestly, with the change. However, I would just say that maybe for occupancy bars greater than that are going to open or intending to operate with a capacity of 100 or greater than 125, that they be required to get an SUP, like just at any of the properties, because then it'll alleviate a lot of the.
Could you explain, what do you mean greater by 125?
Yeah, so when you get a certificate of occupancy, you have to put on the application the number of people that you want the fire department to certify as the occupancy for that. And there's like, I guess, a calculation that they kind of do to like figure out, and based on like doors, exits, that sort of thing, if that's proper. So, but on the certificate, and correct me if I'm wrong, but when they're applying for their certificate of occupancy, they're required to put the number of people that they want the fire marshal to approve
Yeah,
them for.
I will pass this on to our planning and zoning director, and maybe our fire marshal will be here, and she can answer that.
So when they apply for our C of O, we take the square footage, and the fire marshal determines the occupancy load for us.
Okay.
Based on the class
Based
of the
on
business
square footage.
and the use.
And is it based on what they request also, or?
No.
No, okay, so that's just us determining. Oh man, I don't know what a reasonable number would be then.
We do have the fire marshal here.
Well, the thing is, we don't want like, because what we're doing is we're literally opening up. So like, if Bandera Bowl closed down and they wanted to turn that into a Cowboys dance hall, like, it's by right? So, and I think we want to prevent that, because that's going to.
They use the square footage and what they're proposing to do in that space. But I'll let him speak on that, because they determine that for us when we issue the C of O.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Chief, would you explain that, please? Thank you.
Absolutely. When a business proposes to open or do something, they'll have plans. Their architects will put the occupancy load into the plans. We just verify them.
Okay, you verify that it's safe.
We do, and so occupancy is based on fixed seating, portable seating, tables, what it's going to be used for, chairs, no chairs. There's a whole table that you use. It's simple and easy. Most of the time you get 10 square feet for a person. If you're talking about with tables, and then freestanding, you can get down to 3.5 feet. Square feet per person if it's all standing. And it has to do with doors and some other stuff. But their plans will have it on it.
Okay, so they'll come with so like a bar, like a midnight rodeo type of place,
Yes.
where you have like a night scene. What would you expect, like a range of the occupancy? Like what would the fire have approved in a place like that?
The dance floor would have a certain rating.
Okay.
The seating area would have a certain rating.
Mm-hmm.
The foyers would have something. It just depends on the size. But how big is this place going to be? Do we know?
I have one area of 6,000 square feet, and the biggest one that we have is 25,000 square feet, which is the old Gold's Gym.
Okay.
Well, part of Gold's Gym is gone. It's a haircut place.
Yeah, but
Okay.
the rest of the
Yes. Mr. Hefner, go ahead.
I hear the concern from Mr. Stevens. I think the challenge we would face in writing code, like right now, our code doesn't define bar with this much, or whatever arbitrary threshold of person load in the building is. And from what I'm hearing from you, Chief, is let's say hypothetically Bandera Bowl closed and somebody wanted to turn that to a midnight rodeo, they could simply configure the space with a larger dance floor, a smaller seating area to achieve whatever load rating they wanted to get around whatever requirements they would need.
There's no getting around anything. It's the fire code.
Right. Meaning
it will have to meet code to be able to open and get a C of O.
Right.
But
So what I mean there, Chief, is Mr. Stevens suggested that rather than simply permitting indoor entertainment, outdoor entertainment, that we have some sort of delineation in the code that says bar with occupancy of 100 or less, bar with occupancy of 101 or more. If we make that type of distinction, then the person that was proposing to build out a new space or open a new business would be able to build their plans to fit our code. And they had 6,000 square feet, they could configure it to make sure that it had over 100 occupancy or under 100 occupancy or whatever.
6,000 square feet is 400 people.
Yes.
Okay.
At 15 feet, everything square foot, 15 square feet per person. That doesn't account for bathrooms, that doesn't account for a dance floor, it doesn't account for a stage, it doesn't, just, if you said, I got 6,000 feet, what do you think I could put in there? 400.
See, but the gist of it is when you apply, like when you come into Leon Valley, you know what you're going to try to get the number of people. And if you're going to try to get 1,000 people into a building because you want to open a midnight rodeo and a Bandera Bowl, like you know that up front. And so that type of situation, I guess my argument would be that type of situation, we don't want to just approve by right. We want to force them to go through an SUP. First of all, it's going to be a big business that's going to have, you know, the ability to actually like plan things out well, but we want to make them go through more of a bureaucratic process so it's well thought out, so we don't end up with 1,000, you know, partiers that like start trashing the neighbors that may be, you know, 50 yards away. So that's only my point. I'm okay with increasing the threshold, but
Or
you
how
know.
about we just add a provision for nightclubs, just a definition for nightclubs, and then just not allow them.
Nightclubs BSUP.
Yeah.
But so will that be?
I don't know, I gotta come
So will
back with a
nightclubs?
definition.
So I think I'm
So-
okay with that, so long as it's 51%. Because you don't want, like, we don't want the baby shower type of environment to be called a nightclub.
Right, I mean, I gotta come up with a definition, like, I mean, it's not gonna be 51%, it'll be like majority of use, you know, required dancing, I have to look up I mean, I'm sure somebody's got a definition, we can't be the first one that has a definition
For a nightclub.
Yeah.
We'll just come back at the second read with a provision for nightclub, how about that?
Sounds good.
The definition will be in the IBC
It'll
or
be
in the
somewhere.
fire code. And the proper name for it, there's a name. I don't know what the name is, but there's a proper name for it.
Discotheque.
Licensed premises.
Here you go. Nightclub shall mean an establishment serving alcoholic beverages in which the principal business is the sale of beverages at retail for consumption on premises and where food and or dancing may also be provided.
Okay.
So, we can add a provision,
That's a
and I
good-
can find the definition between, the difference between a bar and a nightclub.
There you go.
And then whatever that difference is added in that definition and bring it back to you.
Okay, does that have to go back to the zoning commission, or can we just
I think you can just add it. 'cause
add
it's
it?
just an
Okay,
additional
just wanted to be
provision.
sure.
I think I'm gonna have to
Okay.
double check with, maybe Nicole knows. Yeah, okay.
Does not have to go back. Okay, thank you. Okay.
It
Does
does
not.
not have
It
to
does
go
not.
back.
Okay, sounds good.
Just add the definition.
Okay, very good. Okay, anything else for the good of the cause here?
I want to, before I
sir.
get
Uh-huh.
off here, are we, we're keeping this, but adding nightclub to the
Right,
charge?
Definition.
And keeping nightclubs SUP.
SUP, yeah.
Yeah, I think all the way
Uh-huh,
across, and then
yeah.
just, add a definition also for what it is.
No, we're gonna leave B1 the same.
They're the same.
Okay. Is it the pleasure of the council to put this on the consent agenda at the next meeting?
I would like to hear the definition nightclub.
So put
Bring it
it on
back.
the regular agenda? Okay, that's great. I just want to make a note of it. Okay, very good. Okay, we've taken 7.9 and 7. Oh, wait a minute, that wasn't,
8. Citizens be heard.
then 8. Yeah, there we go. Citizens be heard. Anyone else in the chambers like to address the council? No, they all want to go home and go to bed. Okay, so seeing none. That's right. Anybody on the council want to request an agenda item? Dr. Caldera, I just wanted to ask if we could look into, I thought the city of San Antonio just passed an ordinance about regulating apartments, and do you remember that?
So it's not apartments, they're different
It's
codes
codes,
related
yeah.
to. So we are bringing that back as soon as the settlement agreement's done with
Okay,
Vista Del Rey.
very good.
So
I
we do
just-
have that, it's in there, but it's not like listed for codes for apartments. It's listed
Okay,
as code
gotcha.
amendments or something.
All right, that's the only thing. I just remember they just passed it in the city of San Antonio. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Since it's on the list, and I think Mr. Bowles brought it up earlier today about the sign ordinance. Melinda has her copy, Mr. Brasher has a copy. We're supposed to get together this weekend and work on it, but she's under the weather for right now. And if Mr. Bowles would have done his research, it would not have been a year and a half. It's been for about 4 years from the previous administration that it's been like that.
Okay, and then I thought it was the consensus of this council to possibly add this to the Economic Community Development
So I'm
Advisory
bringing you
Committee?
back- So I'm bringing you back additional duties for the Economic Development Advisory Committee. It was supposed to be on this agenda, but this agenda was too full, so I pushed it to the next, so if you look at your pipeline, it's on there, as an agenda item, so it's something for the council to consider if that's something the council
Okay,
wants for them to take a look at.
I knew we talked about it,
But your
so.
best bet, because y'all have already gone through a committee reviewing the sign code and y'all basically rejected it and kicked it back, is for them to come up with provisions and then just like do it and then ask the Economic Development Advisory
To
Committee
review it.
to review it.
Yes.
Versus them
And-
trying to start from
And,
scratch.
and they have made the recommendations and stuff, and we just need to get together and finalize it.
Okay.
And send it to the doctor.
Okay, all right, sounds good. Anything else? Yes, sir. Mr. Stevens?
On that, might I recommend just, there's 5 people here that you could probably speak to, like 5 letters that I'm sure would love to elaborate about what they'd like to see in the sign ordinance. But aside from that, I just wanted to ask, and I don't know if we need to add this to the agenda, but we all received an email about the opioid settlement and all of that. Are we going to take action on that, or have we already?
You already did, so all I'm gonna do is file that paperwork.
Because
It's just a partial
email
settlement,
said
too.
that the
Right.
previous ordinance that we had passed is like not sufficient. We might be out of time anyways. Like
I just
if
got the
you-
email this morning.
I did too, yeah.
So, I mean, I'll take a look. I have to reach, technically Phelps is y'all's attorney on that one. So I have to reach out to them to ask what their recommendation is going to be on that. And then I will get back to y'all on
Yeah,
that.
I just want to make sure, and if we need to, I'm completely fine with having a
Well-
special meeting, because that is I think we should partake in that.
Was that just a partial settlement, right? Or is
No,
this
so
the
you're
full
talking
settlement?
something completely
Yeah.
different. So the original agreement for the opioid settlement had a couple of pharmacies. We agreed to that as part of the Texas. This now includes Walgreens, Walmart, and somebody else.
Oh, they've
It's a
expanded it.
It's separate, but y'all already have an agreement with Phelps and them. They're responsible because they get paid off of that settlement agreement. Their direction from the council is, because your agreement with Phelps had no out clause, like there was no end date to that. And so they were solely responsible, because they're the ones that did all the research and backup, and we've gone, I mean, we can bring it back to y'all, but when Roxanne was here, from the previous city attorney, she was part of those discussions. That's why the email went to her, because she was the city attorney at the time. But y'all assigned, or not this council, but y'all signed an agreement for opioid settlement, for all opioid settlement.
It was not. It was for a lot of manufacturers.
No, with the attorney is what I'm talking about, not with the pharmacies. That was one settlement, which we've already settled, and we're already getting payments on that one.
Sorry,
This is-
point of order, Mayor. It's 11 o'clock, and we don't need to rehash opioids. Let's add it to an agenda and
Yeah,
talk about
okay,
it.
so can I just make a
we'll
motion
just-
to add this to the agenda?
Sure.
And can we confer
Let's
with
do
our
that.
attorney? I know it's going to cost, but I think we should just ask our attorney, because I'm just worried that the other attorney's misguiding us. And I don't know if you'd feel comfortable with
Yeah, I don't have a problem. I can
that,
add it
because
back on.
obviously they
Okay.
want to make their money, right? But
Okay, we'll just add it to the.
I can email the FIPS agreement to everybody if you need me to. Okay.
Yeah, okay. All right. So if there's no objection to adjourning at 11:09, let's go home. Okay. We stand until May 16th. Y'all have a good evening. Drive safely.
I'm worried we're going to miss out on it, and we aren't going to see it well. It's a lot of money.
I did.
Have an agreement with that attorney to handle all of your opioid settlements. He handles them all. He sent, so that original agreement, she's gonna email you that agreement with that attorney. The reason Roxanne
His responsibility.
Something like that. I can't remember when it's something like that. There's only things there.
I remember when you told us that.
Yeah, we looked it up before, because there's like some new law that came out. Anyways, we'll get there.
So I included Roxanne's original settlement agreement, and I'm trying to get out of that agreement. Then all of a sudden, they come out of the woodwork and say, nope, and Roxanne reviewed everything and said, you're stuck. They got bought out, you're stuck with Phelps, I mean.
Sure, Mayor, I'll be in touch with you.
If they were on here, I appreciate it. The way that was the way, now you can have them fully review the Phelps agreement, but that's the way
So the way that I see this is there's huge segments, like this is in the hundreds of thousands, if not millions for us, of these three retailers. And by not partaking to this, we're expecting that Phelps, who is unreliable, is going to individually go after CVS, Walmart, and Walgreens because we're not partaking.
Well, but what if you hadn't gotten this email, Josh? You wouldn't have known that. Like, these are representations.
The person that emailed us,
She's an attorney.
the attorney with Phelps, look at the email.
Okay.
She's with Phelps, so she's saying, did Leon Valley do all this? And I'm like, wait a minute, you're our attorney, we signed the agreement. So I placed a call today.
Oh, there's the
That
ones.
number.
There's the ones that I recognize. All those
Right. So I called her and say, wait a minute, we're trying to get this, got a settlement, what are you talking about? And why are you just sending it to us now?
On the deadline.
On the deadline day. So I couldn't do it anyway, it's not like I could have approved all of this anyway, I can put it on the agenda, it's not an emergency, it's not classified. Now, she tells me, oh, you still have time to do it, I'll put it on the next agenda, but it may be null and void, they may have screwed up, didn't send it to us in time, she's our attorney for the document.
So this is where I thought it was totally, so like they're having you submit these participating rules to the Attorney General.
She's legitimate, that's our attorney.
But the question is, why are they asking us to do this? Why are they asking us to do it now? Why aren't they doing it on our behalf?
Correct,
That's why they get paid when these things go on contingency.
This is why like.
Besides, Josh, you'll be an old man before these things get settled.
No, they're already agreed it's going to be paid out like for the next 7 years.
We paid out, we got the
Here it
original
is.
from the manufacturer.
Here's the instructions for the opioid claim.
Which plaintiffs, or which defendant says that? Oh, that's another.
So that's what I'm saying, is she sent it, I called the number, like, what are you talking about? You're our attorney, we signed the original agreements, did those original agreements cover these? No, I know it doesn't, we didn't do Walgreens, CVS, and Walmart.
No, that's right, we
And
didn't.
so, why, the deadline is today. I can't sign settlement
Wait,
without
so
y'all.
but this is just.
I would love to be able to get my laptop, y'all.
I'll pull it up.
You wanna go home?
I'll pull it up.
I worked all day today.
Actually, I can pull it up. I know, I was like, I actually looked on their website, they're about to start development and working for, and I want to ask, like, my family has like, my family in Exceed, they have like so much land. You want another subdivision? No, the new ones, the Texas.
Yeah, Texas Home.
But their neighborhoods are actually pretty nice. You look on the website.
Sitting on the sink in the
And
bathroom.
honestly, the three are.
I'm just gonna have to go ahead and get another set. Oh my God.
Apple fob on that, or Apple.
Yeah.
Locator on that.
What thing? Yeah, probably. Those is so long.
I'm like really worried we're gonna completely miss out on this.
Josh, if I remember right, the last one we did, we ended up spending about 80% of it in fees. And I mean,
We're not gonna get very much in there.
I mean, that 135 million or whatever in CVS, that's statewide. We're gonna get like a bean.
Yeah, like ours was
I
a
agree.
percentage, it was 28,000, I was gonna say 20, I said 21,000, but it's 28.
Yeah, if it's in the tens of thousands, we've already spent enough time.
And we got 7,000.
We got $7,000. Huh?
So far,
We've already used that up talking about it in time.
Yeah, so this is like executed.
Okay, have a good evening, and I'll see y'all on the
I don't
16th, if not before. Here we go, Crystal.
So yeah, I got it, when I got it, I
Oh,
called her.
counsel has advised clients,
Counsel
the
ordered
council may represent other clients with claims similar to those of the client. Further, counsel has advised clients there are important potential advantages and disadvantages in participating in a joint representation in which counsel represents multiple clients pursuing similar claims.
I'm not counsel.
No, council is the attorney.
That's them.
Oh, that's
Counsel.
Client can consents to the law firm's joint representation of the client and other such clients. Interesting.
So, she obviously didn't call me back. I'll look at it right now before I leave. I mean, I could send
I actually think those ones are huge settlements also. Is that a Texas Attorney General pursuit?
Yeah, so our first set of agreements is Texas Attorney General's too. This is the second piece of it, which we knew was coming. We just didn't know the deadlines for the forms.
Right. Well, the retail one is going to be a lot more than the
manufacturer one?
Yeah, because the retailers are much more liable. I mean,
I'll look at it right now. I mean, if I think I can sign the things, I'll sign it. I'm like,
God, that's freaking horrible though, that they're getting, like, literally the last day, if it is the last day, which it seems like they're trying to cover their ass. They just
don't have authority from the council. I mean, what do I don't want to
But it's not like it was a participation form is what it's called, so maybe you can do it without us. A participation form?
I'm gonna go double check it. Let me know.
That's complicated stuff.
All right, it won't be very long, because I was just,
I'm not gonna ask you, because I know you don't want to take these home.
I know, y'all are working. Look at this, I ate that back popcorn.
Okay.
Huh?
I ate that back popcorn.
Did you eat a donut too? I didn't.
I didn't eat a donut.
I did not eat a donut. No.
Councilor Bradshaw said that
I
one
said,
was maple.
I said to myself, I don't want to see another.
Nuts are healthy.
Yeah, no, I said, I did not want to see another pan dulce or taco after Fiesta, you know. Oh, gosh.
I don't know.
Nope, I can't do
smell
that.
these and I'm good.
Okay. All right.
That usually helps me.
Well, y'all have a good evening.
Yeah, you too.
See you later. Take care. Bye-bye. And my husband says, and you never take a break? I said, no.
I'm sorry, I wasn't here to load your stuff.
No, I got it. Here, thank you. And I decided not to bring in my purse because I thought, that's just a pain. And just one more thing we have to carry out. So how are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Good.